I am recording. So this weekend, if you guys need to go back and review, you can go back through kind of at your own pace. So I think that's good as well. And then once we get through this, I'll show you where we have some extra practice for you guys to play around with this weekend. I have a homework recommendation that I highly suggest that you guys do. So there's another closing disclosure that we'll do together in class next week on Tuesday. But that gives you guys, the weekend to kind of look at it yourself. It's so very easy to watch me do it, but the true test is, can you do it on your own? And that's what you'll have to do next Wednesday. So hopefully that's what this practice will give you, is the opportunity to be prepared and be ready for that. So I'm going to get us, actually, I like that over there and this here. And I'm going to look at this. So just a quick refresher. We're obviously going to spend more time with this today. And like I said, the other thing that practice does, I know the big challenge, in my opinion, there's two challenges to this closing disclosure. There's two things that can make it intimidating. One, who pays for what? What's a credit? What's a debit? And where does that go? Figuring that out. So that's that cheat sheet that we looked at last night, the who pays for what at closing. And then the second thing that I think can make this challenging is just finding the stuff on the closing disclosure. So the more time you guys spend with it, the easier it will be, the easier you can get it. And again, you guys got 3 hours next week. So time has never been an issue. But the sooner you get done and out, the better too, right? So kind of give you something to look forward to as well. Remember, we looked at this last night, just a refresher. Everything on page 1 is a debit. And everything on page 1 is a debit to third parties. So remember, when we talk about parties to the contract, we're referring to buyers and sellers. Everybody else is a third party. So everybody else that needs to be paid besides the buyer and the seller is going to be on page 1. You're never going to see a credit on page 1. Everything is either borrower paid, seller paid, or paid by others. Page 2 then is the expenses between buyer and seller, the various things between buyer and seller. And the trick that I have for page 2, first off, if you fold it longwise, everything about the buyer is on the left. So the buyer first looks at all of their debits and all of their credits. So we're going to take box K as in Kelly and box L as in Larry, add up all their debits, add up all their credits. Debits minus credits tells us what the buyer has to bring to closing. Remember, we talked, they can't bring a personal check. It has to be wire transfer, cashier's check, whatever the attorney prefers. And then on the right-hand side of page 2, M is in Mary is all of the seller's credits, and N is in Nancy is all the seller's debits. When you guys get your blank closing disclosure in your hand, you may want to consider doing this big DCCD so you can see pretty clearly, just a suggestion, but so you can see pretty clearly what the buyer's debits and credit are, what the seller's credits and debits. Same thing with the sellers as we did on the buyers, only we're going to add up all their credits and add up all their debits. Credits minus debits tells us hopefully how much the seller's going to get from settlement. And I think we touched on this last night too. Could it be possible for the seller's debits to be more than their credits? Could it be possible for this number to be a negative and the seller have to bring money to settlement? Unfortunately, yes, that does happen. Listing agents, hopefully we had this discussion back in the day when we were doing our listing agreement. Remember our listing agreement, we asked the seller straight out, what are your approximate balances on your mortgages? And as we're kind of going through and adding those up in our mind, and then doing our CMA and have an idea of what they can sell the home for versus how much they owe. So before we ever list the property, we should have a conversation of, it looks like you may have to bring money to settlement. Are you prepared for this? There's a form. I don't know the number. You guys may just want to make a note. Maybe I'll make a note to pull it up. We can look at it. It's not really related. So if we have time, but there's a form. It's called Seller's Estimated Net Worksheet. Seller's Estimated Net Worksheet. And again, if we have time, we'll look at it. But it's a great worksheet that kind of has all the seller's expenses. Like this is what I project the sales price. And then here's all your expenses. Again, this is a conversation we can have. I know a lot of agents are using it right now in this crazy multiple offer world that we're living in. Because when you got 15 offers or 45 offers in your hand, bottom line, seller wants to know what? How much am I going to make? Right? So that worksheet, I think you can do like 3 different on the worksheet. So you could do like 100, 105, and $110,000. So that's a great worksheet. My firm, starting this year, has actually started requiring it because the firm wants to make sure that the brokers are reviewing it with their sellers and giving them their estimated net. Sade, do you have a question?
You said it's called, what was the name of it again?
Seller's Estimated Net Worksheet.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, if we have, it's not a piece of this class, so I don't want to take time if we don't have time, but if we have time, I'll try to. But it's a form that's gaining in popularity. And like I said, my firm, not only are we required to do it, we're required to have the seller sign off on it. So that way, if it ever comes down and say, well, they didn't tell me that, we have that. It's another CYA. Okay. So can everybody see my split screen? Okay, we got the blank closing disclosure on the left, and then the problem we're going to work together on the right. Is everybody good with this? Is the best I could come up with in the Zoom world. So I miss my whiteboard some days. So we're going to go through this together. We did a great job last night on debit, identifying what's a debit to the buyer, credit to the buyer, debit to the seller, credit to the seller. Remember, I really do want you guys using your cheat sheet up until a week from tonight. That's how you learn. So please don't feel, you guys just met this closing disclosure last night. So please don't feel like you're going to leave the call tonight as closing disclosure experts. Okay. This takes time. This takes practice. So you guys hurt me so bad. You get so hard on yourselves. And it's like easy. This is like 24 hours old, go easy on yourselves. And know that the more you practice, the better you'll get at it. So we're told this is our fact situation for sample closing statement exercise using a 365-day calendar. Our settlement date is November 23rd. If I had a paper closing disclosure in my hand, I tend to like to write the settlement date at the top of both pages, because I know I'm going to have to refer back to that settlement date. So that may save me a few seconds, right? So my preference, and again, just suggestions, I do like to write the settlement date so I can refer back to that. So first up, we have the sales price of the property, and we're told there's no personal property involved. Sales price is $249,650. What do we remember about the sales price? First off, how many times are we going to see it? Twice. And what are the 2 entries that we're going to see?
Is it debit buyer?
And
Credit seller.
That's exactly right. That's the whole gist of our contract, isn't the buyer's promising to pay the seller in exchange for their deed, right? It takes us 15 pages to say, if I give you X amount, you'll give me your deed. We'll call it good. Forms committee should call me. I could simplify that, couldn't I? So the whole gist of the contract says the buyer promises to pay. So now we're here at settlement. it's going to be a debit to the buyer and a credit to the seller. And where we're going to see that on the buyer side is K as in Kelly, K1 for $249,650. And we're also going to see it under the seller for M as in Mary, M1, $249,650. If I may offer another suggestion, when I'm doing my closing disclosure, I like to write my numbers out to the right. So when it's I'm ready to add, they're straight down. I'm not like the sales price is here and this number's over here, right? I'm not like bouncing back and forth, because if I put a number here, for example, it could get lost in the shuffle with everything else, right? So I like to put it out on the right-hand side of those columns so I can just see it and straight add. So sales price at $249,650. Then we have, that's where I need just a little bit of room here. Real property taxes, $2,471 paid by the seller before closing, and we're told to prorate. Before I do anything, I see the word prorate. I know I'm prorating taxes. And the very first thing I do is draw it out. I'm taking what I just read and I'm going to put it in a visual. So I got my annual timeline. The dividing factor is the day of closing, which is November 23rd. Kind of ran together there. Seller owns the front part of the year, buyer owns the latter part of the year. It's the very first thing I do when I'm ready to prorate. Then I go back, it says paid by the seller before closing, which means the seller has paid the entire year. Now stop and ask yourself, who owes whom?
Buyer owes the seller.
Buyer owes the seller. So if the buyer owes the seller, it's going to be a debit the buyer, credit the seller. Everybody good with that so far? The buyer owes the seller for their portion of the year. They get to start paying taxes the day after settlement to the end of the year. To me personally, figuring out credit to whom, debit to whom is the most difficult part. So that's what the picture does for me. It allows me to see the year, see what's going on, and then stop and ask myself who owes whom. Now that I have that, I now know how to proceed. You guys remember how we count days when we're counting forward on the timeline? Yeah, you got them, use them, right? So count November 24th, 25th, 26th, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Y'all see how easy that is to say there's 6 days left in November? And then you just got the whole problem wrong, didn't you? Count it out. So
It's
there's
31, isn't it?
November, there's only 30 in November.
Oh, I'm looking at 12/31.
You're a month ahead. So I got 7 days left in November. Yep. And then 31 in December. So that means there's a total of 38 days left in the year that the buyer owes taxes for. Questions so far? Now we need to figure out how much. So if annual taxes are $24.71, and I need to break that number down to daily, I just divide by 365. Annual divided by 365 gives me daily of $6.77. Typically, they say when you round, when you do a calculation like this, go out at least 3 decimal places. You can see actually what I got on my calculator, 6.7698, So when I round out 3, I'm going to get 6.77. Here's the deal, you guys. You cannot miss a problem by rounding alone. So in other words, as long as you don't go crazy and start rounding whole numbers or anything. In other words, the answer choices aren't so close that if you're round different than me, that you're going to be able to miss it. They're going to be close enough that you can be able to look at it. I can almost guarantee you that one of the answer choices will be off by $6.77, banking on you counting your days wrong. You guys see what I'm saying? So you can't miss by rounding alone. You can miss if you don't count right. So I always say miss it because you don't know how to do it. Don't miss it because you don't know how to count. We give you that tool. So $6.77 a day. We've already determined that the buyer owns the property for 38 days. So in the end, we're going to have $257.26, and it's going to shake out as a debit to the buyer, credit to the seller, which means it shows up on the settlement statement twice. And remember the handy trick. This is on our CD. This is all the buyer's debits, and this is all the buyer's credits. Down here is all the buyer's credits. Down here is all the seller's debits. So when you prorate, they're going to be side by side. In this case, it's going to be a debit the buyer, credit the seller, but we may see another scenario where it's a credit the buyer, debit the sellers. Everybody see what I'm saying? So that's another thing by writing that DCCD does, is it kind of gives us that side by side so we can see what to do when we prorate. You're not going to have to worry about the breakdown of city taxes, county taxes. You just have to worry about taxes. In practice, you may have this broken down. You may have a city tax rate, a county tax rate. It just depends on how the attorney fills it in. But for our purposes for the test, we just need to have a debit to the buyer for $257.26 and a credit to the seller for the same amount. A true proration is a debit to one party and a credit to the other for the same amount. The buyer is giving the seller $257.26. What questions do I have? Can I erase what's in red? Can I erase our proration math? Does everybody have it? Everybody good? Speak now. Okay. Let's see, due diligence fee, $500. What am I going to do with the due diligence fee?
That's a debit to the buyer and a credit to the seller.
That's what we did when we went under contract. The buyer gave the seller $500.
Oh, okay. So now you're
So
giving it back to the.
There you go. So
Gotcha.
remember, when we went under contract, the buyer gave it to the seller, right? So now here that we are at closing, and we're going to reverse what we did.
Gotcha.
What does that do? That cancels it out for the buyer, and it cancels it out for the seller. You with me?
Mhm.
So whoop, didn't mean to do all that. We're reversing what we did when we went under contract. So if we look down, L is in Larry and N is in Nancy. If you look at L6 and N7, it helps us out a little bit there, doesn't it? So again, this is another reason to help you be familiar with this blank closing disclosure. So I got a due diligence fee for the buyer, credit to the buyer under L6 for $500. And then due diligence, debit the buyer, N7. Credit the buyer, debit the seller. Questions on due diligence? Then we have an earnest money deposit, $3,500. What are we going to do with that one?
Credit the buyer.
Credit the buyer. That's right. Because what did the buyer do when we went under contract? The buyer wrote a check, didn't they? They wrote a check to the escrow agent. And now here we are at settlement, and we're going to reverse that. Yep. So L1, L is in Larry, 1 says deposit, and specifically what it's referring to is the earnest money deposit. Later this evening, we're going to get started on our offer to purchase and contract. Our contract tells the buyer, when you pay this due diligence, when you pay this earnest money, these will both be credited back to you at settlement. So now that we're here, we need to make sure that we do what we told the buyer we would do. Questions on that?
I have a question.
Yes.
So just so I understand this correct, the due diligence fee, the buyer pays that in the beginning.
To the seller,
So,
yes.
okay, so then at closing, it's a debit. It's a debit to buyer at closing?
Mm-mm. At closing, it's a credit to the buyer.
Because they get the credit for it because they paid it before. And so the earnest money is,
got it.
they paid it before, so they get the credit at closing. Gotcha.
They already paid it when we went under contract, right? So we don't want to charge them again.
Gotcha.
So if we
Okay.
debit it closing, right? Imagine this, if you will. Let's say you have a purchase price of $100,000, and it includes 500 due diligence and 500 earnest money. I know what market am I in, right? Not this one. So now the seller is told, okay, you only have to bring $99,000, right? Because they put down $1,000 down payment, let's call it, when we went under contract. What's the contract say the buyer's going to pay the seller? Tells them that's going to pay them $100,000, right? So what do they owe them? They don't owe them $99,000, do they? They owe them $100,000. So that's why we have to reverse it. So those numbers, and same thing with the seller. Look at the seller's point of it. We go under contract. The buyer gives the seller due diligence fee. Now, how much is the seller collected? 105. No. Wait a minute. Sorry about that. Sales price. Seller side, they collect 500. Is that the contracted amount? Is that what we agreed to? We agreed that the seller would receive how much? 100,000. So by reversing that, it fixes our numbers, right? That's kind of what we do, especially with due diligence, because both buyer and seller touch it. So now we got to fix that. Earnest money has just been hanging out in somebody's escrow account for the last 6 weeks, right? But we still need to credit that to the buyer because that earnest money came from their pocket. What other questions do I have on that? Due diligence and earnest money will be credited to the buyer under L as in Larry. The due diligence will be a debit to the seller under N as in Nancy. Okay. Let's see, moving right along.
I'm sorry, Julie. I think I
Please,
just
please.
confused myself. I shouldn't have thought about it anymore. But when you credited the buyer for that earnest money, I totally get that. But did we say that we also debited? I mean, took it as a debit from the seller or no?
No, because where's the earnest money been while we've been under contract?
He hasn't had it. That person hasn't
Right,
had
but
it.
who has? Who has?
Like the closing attorney.
The escrow agent, right?
Yeah.
So neither party have been touching that money while we've been under contract. The only person that touches earnest money is the buyer.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right? Seller never touches it. So the earnest money, the seller just wants to know it's there being safeguarded by the escrow agent.
See, my mind wants to do the same thing with the earnest money that we did with the due diligence, but I totally got that now.
Tweak that. Yep. Because you got to think about where it's been. When we went under contract, the buyer wrote 2 checks. What, right? One directly to the seller and then one directly to the escrow agent. So where's that money been for the last 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Seller's loan payoff. Who gets to pay the seller's loan payoff? Is the buyer going to pay it? Probably not. In this market, maybe, right, Maria? In this market, the buyer might agree to pay off their loan. There's a strategy. So I got a seller's loan payoff. Seller's loan payoff, because I understand it's going to their lender, but it's money that initially came in on their behalf. So in order for them to clear their title, they have to pay that off. So the seller's loan payoff is going to go under N as in Nancy. And you can see we got a place N4, payoff of first mortgage loan, 138,425. You can see underneath that we got a place for their second mortgage loan. And then I have place to write stuff in. So if they got a third mortgage loan or a fourth mortgage loan or a fifth mortgage loan, right? However many mortgage loans and liens that they have to pay off. That's why we have these blank extra spaces, is to fill things in if need be. So seller's loan payoff, and N is in Nancy.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Please.
Since we're here, what is the excess deposit on the seller side? Like, what would that?
We're actually going to talk about that tonight because that's part of your homework recommendation. So we'll look at that in just a bit. I'm so glad you brought that up. There's some, I call them funny things on your homework recommendation that I want to talk about before I turn you loose. So that's something that we'll discuss. Yep. All right, then we have private mortgage insurance for $840. Remember, the buyer pays anything related to their loan. Private mortgage insurance premium is related to the buyer's loan. So private mortgage insurance is going to be a debit to the buyer. We're going to go back up to page 1. And if you look on page 1 under F as in Frank, F2 is mortgage insurance premium. If you want to put in 12 months, you're welcome to. I never do. I just want the number. So under F2, I don't know if I can get that all in. We'll have to look. Borrower paid at closing. You guys see this column right here? Borrower paid at closing. We're going to have their mortgage insurance premium for $840. Borrower paid at closing, $840. Right under that, we have the homeowner's insurance premium. Again, remember, at settlement, the buyer has to pay for their homeowner's insurance for the first year. So if they purchased on November 23rd, they're going to pay for homeowners insurance. They're going to be covered for their first year. So insurance is always paid in advance. Think about when you pay your car insurance. You pay your insurance to Allstate today, you're covered for the next 6 months, right? Same thing with homeowners. You make that payment today, you're covered for the first year. Next year, the escrow, the borrower's escrow will pay it because they're going to start collecting it as part of their monthly mortgage payment. So still on F, F is in Frank. F1, we have prepaid homeowners insurance premium for $684. And that covers the buyer, now the new owner, their homeowners insurance for the first year. $684.
Okay. Me again. So,
Hi.
so the top of the column says at closing and before closing,
Correct.
right? So what you just did was what they're going to owe. So, but how do we know what it was before closing?
Unless you're told otherwise. The only expenses that the buyer pays before closing is going to be the appraisal fee and the credit report fee.
Okay, so it wouldn't have anything to do with the homeowners that we were just working
Correct.
on.
Correct.
Okay,
The appraiser will not go out and do his thing until they've been paid. The lender won't pull your credit report until they've received that fee. So unless you're told otherwise, are paid outside of closing or paid before closing are going to be the appraisal fee and the credit report.
okay, see, I was
Everything
looking
else.
at it like all these items listed had an actual answer for at closing, before closing.
And that's where I like that who pays for what at closing worksheet, because it kind of helps us see, again, always do what the problem tells you. Is everybody good with that? Always do what the problem tells you. So what that worksheet does is, what if the problem doesn't tell you? So that worksheet kind of gives you, this is how it typically works unless you're told otherwise. Y'all love to argue with the problem, but don't do that. Don't do that. Always do what it tells you.
Thank you.
Is that good? Did that? Okay. Deed preparation fee. Who pays to have the deed prepared?
The seller.
Seller. So I got $85. If you go, we got another column up here, seller paid at closing and before closing. And if you look under C is in cat, C2, you have a deed preparation fee. That's a seller paid at closing for $85. Seller paid at closing deed preparation fee for $85. Who pays excise tax?
The seller.
Seller, CDE. Remember, CDE, A, B, C, D, E, commission, deed preparation fee, and excise tax. I had a student in my last class, see what you guys think. I had a student in my last class said she remembers this as DEC, like short for December. What do you like better, DEC or CDE? It doesn't matter to me. however you can remember. Do you like to sing your alphabet, or do you like abbreviations for months of the year? However you can remember that. So the excise tax. Okay, the excise tax is always based off of the sales price. Seller pays it. It's always based off the sales price. The key to excise tax, it's always going to be a whole number. Excise tax is never going to have change. So it's always going to be a whole number. So if we go back up, I'm reminded that my sales price is $249,650. Take that $249,650 and divide it by 500. Excise tax is 500ths. So $249,650 divided by 500, and I get $499.30. Uh-oh, I got change. So in order to make it a whole number, always round up. Always. Take what you thought you knew about rounding and kind of throw it out the window. To take that $499.30 or that $499.01, always round up to the next whole number. This is the government that we're talking about. Round up. So you take the sales price. I really do like the government. You take the sales price, divide it by 500. And if you don't have a whole number, you have to make it a whole number. How do you make it a whole number? You just round up to the nearest whole number. Excise tax is under E, is in Elizabeth. E2 is our excise tax. And that is a seller paid at closing. Seller pays excise tax. E is in Elizabeth 2. Questions on excise tax? Then I have a survey. Who pays the survey?
Buyer.
Buyer. Survey is part of the buyer's due diligence, right? So anything that's part of the buyer's due diligence, the buyer gets to pay. So the survey's under C as in cat. C5. We have a survey for $400. I have a home warranty to be paid by the sellers at closing. Well, that's helpful, isn't it? It's going to show up as a debit to the seller, yes, because they've offered to pay. Home warranty's got to tell you for your practice questions. So in this case, the seller is going to pay the home warranty. And if you look here under H, H is in Heather. H3 is a home warranty. Seller paid at closing $450. Also under H, is usually some kind of courier fee or wire transfer fee or some kind of fee. Each party pays their own. So the buyer gets to pay their $30 courier fee, the seller pays their $30. So under H4 and H5. H4 is the seller's for $30. H5 is the buyer's, both paid at closing. Seller pays their 30 at closing, buyer pays their 30 at closing. Whoops. Attorney's fee. Who hires the attorney, thus gets to pay the fee? Who
Is it
hires the
seller?
attorney? Mm-mm.
The
Oh,
buyer.
the buyer.
Buyer hires the attorney. Remember, because the buyer's doing this very thorough title search to make sure that their client gets clear marketable title, right? If it was the sellers, the attorney wouldn't care. They just say sign here, here, and here, right? So the buyer hires the attorney. The buyer gets to pay the attorney's fee. Attorney's fee is back up under C. C is in cat. C1 for $650.
Julie, would you say knowing where to jump in terms of first page, second page, and under what letter? I know that your experience, you can just run it off, but is that something that you just get accustomed to? Or is there like a, everything dealing with this is here, everything, you know what I mean?
Practice, practice, practice. Like I said,
Okay.
the second piece of this is learning what's where. The
Okay,
closing, the attorney's fee is here. Guys, keep in mind, every single transaction is different. Thus, every closing disclosure is different. So, and Magdalene, I should have mentioned this before, I apologize. Don't go in order of the closing disclosure, because there may be a situation, for example, where maybe nobody got a pest inspection. So you're hunting all over the place looking for a pest inspection. Does that make sense? You need to go by this transaction. So this is why we go in order of the worksheet of the problem, because this problem is going to be different than the next transaction, then the next transaction, then the next transaction. And I hate to break this to you, but not all attorneys use the same format in the closing disclosure. Sometimes that stuff isn't, isn't that fun? Sometimes that stuff isn't located in the same place too. But I promise you, the more time you spend with it, the more time you see it, you're gonna know what you're looking for and you're gonna find stuff. So Magdalene, that's another reason why I have homework recommendations to give you that practice and that experience of just finding stuff. That's a big part of this battle right now, is just to find it.
gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then we got titles and title insurance, and I got two policies. I got a lender's policy and I have an owner's policy. Guys, this tends to be a problem topic, so I want to make sure we're really good. When we're talking about the title insurance for the owner policy, we're talking about the new owner. Today, we're going to call them the buyer. Tomorrow, they're the owner. So at settlement, the buyer's going to pay for their new policy plus the lenders. Everybody good with that? The owner's policy is referring to the buyer. So I just gave you the answer. So the buyer pays title insurance and they get to pay both. They get to pay for the lenders and their new policy. Under C3, C is in cat, you have title insurance. And what I'm going to do is just add them up. So I got a lender's policy for $505.40 and a buyer's policy for $64.60 for a total debit to the buyer of $570.
I'm gonna make one more comment and I'm gonna be quiet, I promise.
No, I want to hear from you all night.
You said it was an issue. I think that if in that, that the part that's in parentheses, if they put and or new owners policy, it might be less confusion.
Maybe, but title insurance doesn't care. They're just covering the owner, right? Because they cover the buyer for as long. I hear what you're saying.
That's the way I'm gonna think of it when I look.
Perfect, perfect. And that's, yeah, and that's because I've had students before, like they put the lender's amount here and then the owner's here under the seller. Well, okay, today the seller is the owner, right? But they're not starting a new policy today. They're trying to finalize everything today. And that's what we're doing today is we're finalizing everything. So today the buyer is the buyer. Tomorrow we need to start calling them the owner. Okay, but whatever it takes, whatever works, I'm all for it. Sing a little song about it. I am all for it. Recording fees. I have a warranty deed for $26 and a deed of trust for $56. Remember, North Carolina, we're just fancy. Our deed of trust is the mortgage. So somebody gets to pay to have their brand new deed recorded. Oh, hint. And somebody gets to pay to have the lender's deed of trust recorded. Who gets to pay that?
Buyer.
Buyer. So I got under E as in Elizabeth, we got recording fees. And again, I don't really care if you guys put stuff here or not. What I care about is we get the number in the column right. But there's $26 for the deed, $56 for the mortgage or the deed of trust. So we have total recording fees, buyer paid at closing for $82. Commission, 6% of sales price. Who pays commission?
Seller.
Seller. Seller pays commission, 6% of sales price. When you see the word of in a math problem, it's a fancy way of saying multiply. So you take 6% times what? The sales price. 6% of. This tells us to be divided equally between the firms. So let me, our sales price was $249,650. And we're taking 6% for a total of $14,979. For your exam, you guys, I don't care. If you want to divide it up between the two firms, that's up to you. If you want to do that, then take that $14,979 and divide it by 2. In the real world, you're going to see firm ABC getting X amount and firm XYZ getting X amount. So in the real world, on the seller's closing disclosure, you're going to see the commission broken down between the two firms. For our purposes, though, we only have one place for commission under H as in Heather. So however you want to do it, if you want to put the $14,979, or if you want to divide that by 2 and put whatever that would be divided by. and put the 7,000, whatever. You guys see what I'm saying? Do one or the other. I think it's easier just to put the 14,979, and no one in the real world, it's going to say Julie's real estate shop gets X amount and Lane's realty company gets X amount, right? You divvy it up between the firms. Remember what we said, sellers or commission is only on the seller's closing disclosure. So if you're not the listing agent, you're not going to see it. I would think you'd at least want to pick up the phone and call the paralegal and just make sure it's on there and it's right. Make sure your firm is right too. Banks won't cash the check if the name on the check isn't right. I think what happens sometimes is they put us in the system, and there's the attorneys, I should say, put us in their system. And then we go to closing and they plug our names in and all of our information auto populates. And that's all fine and dandy until we change firms. So they may not notice that the contract has us in the new firm. You know what I'm saying? So make sure the amount is right and make sure your firm is correct. As I said last night, and I stand behind it, ain't nobody going to look after your money like you. So make sure. So let's see, commission. Financing, $212,000. The buyer is getting a loan for $212,000. How does the loan amount show up at settlement for the buyer? Is it a debit or a credit to the buyer on the day of settlement? Debit or credit to the buyer?
Would it be a credit?
It would be a credit because the buyer can't close without that $212,000, right? They can't give the seller $249,650 if the lender doesn't provide them $212,000 on the day of settlement. So on the day of settlement, the loan amount is a credit to the buyer. And if you go back to page 1, L is in Larry, L2 is our loan amount. So the loan amount let's see, 212,000 conventional 30-year loan with a fixed interest rate of 6.5%. Calculate interim mortgage interest. So this is a good chance for us to refresh interim interest. First off, start by drawing your picture. If we're going to closing on November 23rd, when is the borrower's first mortgage payment going to be due? If we go to closing on November 23rd, when's their first mortgage payment? Sorry about that.
January 1st.
Happy New Year, right? So we go to closing on November 23rd. They skip the first, which means there is no mortgage payment on December 1st. And their first mortgage payment is due on January 1st. Interest is paid in arrears, which means what? Interest is behind you. Look at where your rear is. So when they make that payment on January 1st, they're paying December's interest. Everybody with me so far? The lender is standing there scratching his head going, whoa, 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 whoa. I originated this loan on November 23rd. When am I going to get paid for interest for the rest of the month of November? And that's all interim interest is. It's the buyer getting caught up on their interest payments. And interim interest is always, you hear my absolute word here, always the day of settlement to the last day of that month. Never ever go into the next month. Once again, we're counting forward on the timeline. So I got November 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27, 28, 29, and 30. There's 8 days left in November that the buyer owes their lender for interest. Questions on how I got the 8 days?
So interim interest, you said, so they would just be for like the rest of that from the November 23rd to the 1st of December,
The last day of the month.
the last day of the month.
Don't go into the next month. So
Okay.
interim interest is always the day of closing to the last day of that month of closing.
Okay.
Because the lender will get interest for December 1st when they send in their January 1st payment.
Okay.
You with me? So don't go into the next month. So now let's calculate how much. You're going to take the balance, which on the day of closing is the loan amount. What does the buyer owe the lender today? $212,000. If they leave the attorney's office and go out and buy a lottery ticket and win the lottery, they can give the lender $212,000. You guys with me? That's how much they owe the lender today. So that's the balance, the loan amount, times the interest rate. The balance times the interest rate gives me annual interest. Balance times the interest rate gives me annual interest. And then I want to divide by 365 to get daily. Balance times the interest rate gives me annual interest. Divide by 365 to get daily. Once again, you can't miss by rounding. But I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't have an answer choice off by $37.75. Count your days right. We just decided that they owe for the last 8 days in November. So 37,753 times 8 gives us a total of 302. Yeah, 302.04. And that's going to be a debit to the buyer because that's how much they owe their lender. On your closing disclosure, we're going to go back up to page 1. And under prepaids, F is in Frank. F3 is prepaid interest. That's going to be 302.02.
Julie, wouldn't it be for the whole 39 days?
Say it again.
I mean, you're only taking into consideration the 8 days. Wouldn't it be all the
Because this is just interest, right? So when they make that January payment, interest is what? Paid in arrears.
You're right.
So when they make that January payment, the lender's going to get their interest for December when they make that January payment. So interim interest is always from the day of closing to the last day of that month. Is that good? And guys, please note, when I get calls from you guys, when you guys do this over the weekend and I get calls from you guys, usually the call I get is, Julie, I can't see where to put interim interest. Your closing disclosure calls it prepaid interest. So make it, and I'll still take your phone call. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy to hear from you. But let's try to, from experience. So F is in Frank, F3, your prepaid interest, is also your interim interest. And I don't know why they just don't call it interim interest, but here we are. Questions on that? How's everybody doing so far? Not too bad, is it? It's not terrible. You've done worse things, I promise. All right, let's take a pause here. One, because it's break time, but two, I don't want to run over. So we probably got about 30 more minutes here and I don't want it to get away from us. So everybody, let's take a break. Can I erase this red? Do you guys have this or do you want me to leave it? You guys have it? Okay. So let's go ahead and take 10. We come back, we're going to finish this thing up. So I got 6:16. So let's come back at 6:27. And we'll wrap this thing up. All right. Just to kind of give you guys a heads up, because you never know what can happen, right? One thing I learned about being on Zoom, I have no control over any of our internet speed. I have no control over the weather. Try as I might, no control. So I just looked at our radar. I got a heck of a little system coming up my way. So this is what I know. If I lose power or internet, you guys won't go anywhere. So if I just kind of disappear, hang tight, I will get back to you as soon as I can. So I have a battery backup. I have my laptop hook up to a battery backup. And then if possible, I can hop on my mobile hotspot, but it might just take me a minute. So again, if I just kind of poof, disappear, hang tight, and I'll do everything in my power to get back to you guys as soon as I can. Hopefully that won't happen, but I know I taught a pre-licensing class in the evening one summer, and it was one of those summers where we just had like summer storm roll in after summer storm after. I swear every other class we were losing power, but we got through it. Any questions so far? Okay. So we've done our financing, the loan amount, we've done interim interest. Now we're at the loan fees. We're told we have a 0.75% origination fee, $280 application fee, and 1 discount point. And it tells us in this case to be paid by the buyer. So see, sometimes you can read these problems and see, when it says something like to be paid by the buyer, it's going to be a debit to the buyer, right? It's money that they owe. So sometimes you can see those words fees, to be paid, billed, stuff like that indicates that it's something that they owe. Everything to deal with the lender, all the lender's fees are going to be based off of the loan amount. So anytime we're dealing with lender fees, it's going to be on the loan amount. So our loan amount was $212,000. The lender's going to charge a 0.75% loan origination fee. So you take your loan amount times 0.75%. Don't forget that point, very important. So I have a loan origination fee. I'll show you in just a second where to put these. $280 application fee. Again, I'll show you in just a second where to put this. And then we have 1 loan discount point to be paid by the buyer. The number of discount points is equal to the percentage of the loan. So 1 discount point is going to be equal to 1% of the loan. 2 discount points is going to be equal to 2% of the loan. If it's 4 discount points, what's the percentage of the loan? 4 discount points is going to be 4% of the loan. You see how that works? So whenever you see a discount point, that's the percentage of the loan. Remember, we just said of means multiply. So 212,000, they're charging 1 discount point. So in addition to the loan origination fee, in this case, an application fee, there's a 1% discount point. Lender's fees are up here under A. A is in Apple. Borrower paid at closing. Percentage of loan amount points. That's referring to our discount points. There's a loan origination fee, $1,500. And then I got a write-in for the application fee of $280. So that's all under A. A is in Apple. Buyer paid at closing. Fees they owe their lenders. Questions on that? And can I erase it? Do I have this? And then for this problem, we just have our initial escrow. So remember, the lender creates an escrow account for every borrower. Every borrower has their very own escrow account. And part of your mortgage payment every month is paying in for your taxes and your insurance, your PITI, right? Principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. At closing, in addition to the buyer paying the first year homeowners insurance, in addition to the buyer paying, in this case, the first year of PMI, and in addition to the buyer and seller prorating taxes, the lender is going to collect a couple months for taxes, homeowners insurance, and PMI to originate the escrow account and to have a cushion. Because remember, we talked last night, sometimes homeowners insurance goes up, right? So the lender can only collect from the buyer PITI this year what taxes and insurance are now. They don't know if they're going to go up, and if so, by how much. So the lender wants a cushion. In the event these goes up, they have a little bit of money in reserve. So in this case, we're told the lender's going to collect 4 months of taxes and 2 months of homeowners insurance and mortgage insurance premium. So let's start with taxes. We got to come back up a little bit and be reminded that our annual taxes were $2,471. So my annual taxes are $2,471 annual. When I'm doing my escrow reserve, I need to first break my annual down to monthly. There are 12 months in a year. So I take annual divided by 12 to get monthly of 205,917. What I just say, 2471? Is that what I just said for taxes? Does that sound right? Okay. So if each month taxes are 205,917, they want to collect 4 months. So now that we have monthly, we just times by 4. So there's our 4 months of taxes. Again, I'll show you in just a second where to put this. They want 2 months of homeowners insurance. So again, I got to come back up. All they can do is base it on this year's rate. So this year, homeowners insurance was $684. So again, annual is $684. Divide by 12 to get monthly. Get $57 a month. They want to collect 2 months for $114. And they also want 2 months of mortgage insurance premium, also known as PMI. So again, come back up. Our PMI for this year was $840. So for escrow, we have 4 months of taxes, 2 months of homeowners insurance, and 2 months of PMI. Questions on what I did here? I took the annual divided by 12 to get monthly, and then just timed it by the number of months that the lender wants to collect. Everybody good with that so far? We look on page 1, I have a whole category called initial payment initial escrow payment. I knew I was missing a word. G is in Jenny, our initial escrow payment at closing. So we have our homeowners insurance for 114, PMI for 140, and taxes for 823.67. And again, if you guys want to fill this stuff in per month for 12 months, you're welcome to do that. This is what I care about right here. This is what you're going to be tested on, is this column. Again, that tends to, let's make sure we're clear. This is in addition to annual homeowners insurance, annual PMI, and prorating this year's taxes. We're doing two different things with insurance and taxes. Questions on that? Everybody good with that?
I do have a question, actually.
Please.
If the lending company decided to do this for that cushion, would that be a part of that disclosure document that they receive within 3 days? Or would they get?
It should. Let's see if it's on here. Yeah. So if you look, do you have your book in front of you? You guys have your book in front of you?
Mhm.
Let's go to page 495. Good question. Thank you. 494 and 495 were our sample loan estimate. And basically what we're looking at on page 495 is page 1 of the closing disclosure. You see the different categories there? You got the origination fee, services you cannot shop for, services you can. And then the second column, there's our taxes, prepaids, and then there's our G, initial escrow payment at closing. So absolutely. What we're doing is we're taking that 16,094 and breaking it down, what the lender's doing, I should say. Remember, this is an estimate. We don't know exactly how much homeowners insurance is going to be on the loan estimate, do we? We don't know exactly how much. So it's just an estimate. But yeah, they can absolutely see that breakdown. Good question. Okay, very good. Can I erase the red? The rest of this one, remember, appraisal, expenses paid by borrower before closing. So appraisal and credit report are going to be paid before closing unless you're told otherwise. So that we already know. In this case, though, because the problem tells us otherwise, the pest inspection and the home inspection are also paid by the borrower before closing. Typically, these would be paid at closing, but we're told otherwise. So we're going to do what the problem tells us. If, and I'm stressing the word if as much as I possibly can, if you want to put these figures on the closing disclosure, you're welcome to, but I need to make sure you get them in the right column. Anything paid before closing does not go in borrower paid at closing. It goes in the borrower paid before closing. So if you want to put these on here, that's great. Whoops. If you want to put these on here, that's great. Just get it in the right place. So there's our appraisal, our credit fee. C is in cat, C4 is our pest inspection for $65. And then H is in Heather. H2 is our home inspection for $325. Everybody good so far? Okay. So let's talk about this. Did I just close that out? I thought I'd. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. So let's talk about where we are with our closing disclosure. Do you guys see how, like in A, there's kind of a gray area here at the top? So there's A, there's B. You guys see this and C? Technically, the way the closing disclosure works and the way you're going to see this in the real world, they're going to take all of A and add it up. So A was the 2120, the 1590, and the 280. So they're going to take all of A and add it at the top. And then they're going to take all of B, which we didn't have anything. This is the column I care about, by the way, the borrower paid at closing. And then we're going to take all of C and add it up. Right? So we're going to take each little box and add it up. Technically, that's the way it's supposed to do. I'm not going to lie to you guys. When it comes to doing this for us, I tend to be a little rebel and go off book a bit, because here's the deal. This is so confusing to me, because when I was taught to do math back when I was a wee little one, I was taught to add down. And what this does is add up. And I don't like to add up, because I've been adding down since I was this big, right? So I'm a rebel, and this is what I do. I don't do these. What? I pay no attention to these. You guys want to know what I do? I just add straight down. Borrower paid at closing, all these numbers, and I get a total for J. Riding on the wild side, hey? So you guys can, however you see it, just understand how you're going to see it in the real world. How you're going to see in practice, they're going to add up A, add up B, add up C. D is A plus B plus C. So even if you want to add, half of it and then half of it, then they add up E, F, G, and H. I is the total of E plus F plus G plus H. The number I'm looking for, the number that's going to be on your test, is J. And specifically, the numbers that I'm looking for is J, buyer paid at closing, and J, seller paid at closing. However you guys want to do it. Questions or comments on that? I certainly don't want to cause confusion, but to me, it took me, I remember when this closing disclosure came out, it was just one of those, I was like, where did you get that for? Where, how? Oh, and it finally, my brain's not programmed that way. So if we add, did you guys do with me, or did you just kind of follow along? Either way, some of you had it, some of you didn't.
I'm sorry.
Let's see.
Can you go back down for just a second?
Mhm.
Right there where you went, closing costs and subtotals, and that would be like everything, J. Why, and again, this is my mind probably just overthinking it. Why is there things under it? Like that should be, so what would the lender credits be? Would that not be within that top number that you just totaled?
Maybe, because remember, there's no credits on page 1. So if there was a lender credit, they would probably put it here, but it would still be all of J, with that lender credit.
So it would still be accounted for in that total that you just, okay.
And I'm not sure how it would look in the real world, right? Because this J here would have to be everything, the total of page 1. Obviously the seller wouldn't have lender credits. I would think this would be more of an extreme circumstance for whatever reason. Maybe possibly, remember last night we talked about the lender credit for the yield spread premium. So maybe that's where they would put that. I don't know.
Gotcha. Thank you.
But what I care about is the J, the total of all the buyers, paid at closing, and the total of the seller paid at closing. This is what we care about. the J for seller paid and buyer paid. So if we go through, buyer paid at closing, I'm sorry, yeah. Buyer total closing costs, buyer paid at closing, total closing costs. So buyer J added everything up. And I get $8,625.69. I just wondered if you guys got something similar within the pennies, within the change. Magdalene, you good over there?
Yeah, I didn't do the math on it. I was just going along with you.
Okay,
I
perfect.
was trying to save my sheet for the problem that we'll be working on our own.
Sure, sure. Yep, I just want to make sure you didn't have any. Okay. So then we go back through and add the sellers. Seller had the deed prep fee. They have their excise tax. They pay me and you. They paid the home warranty and the courier. So the seller's J is $16,044. The buyers paid at closing J is one test question. The seller paid at closing J is your second test question. Remember, we got 4 test questions on this closing disclosure. So once you tally up the bottom of page 1, one question will be on the buyer paid J, another question will be on the seller paid J. Questions on page 1. Once we have these numbers on page 1, both of these numbers on J go on page 2. So when you go to page 2, the very first thing I want you to do is put these numbers on page 2 so you don't forget about them. They're very easy to forget about. Hear me when I say this is the voice of experience speaking. They're very easy to forget about. So while I have these numbers fresh in my mind, I'm going to take this 86, 25, 69, the buyer's J. I'm going to go to page 2. Remember, K is not just the buyer's debits, but K is all of the buyer's debits. And that includes the number that we just got on J. So under K3, we're going to put the $8,625.69.
I have a quick question, please. So looking at the closing cost details in the book, they don't have like the cents part, like the 0.69 or something like that. They just kind of round up to like the nearest dollar. For testing purposes, are we doing like the 257.26 or are we rounding up to like 258?
Where are you in the book? I'm just curious.
495. Like if you look at the insurance, homeowners
Yeah, and
insurance.
that might, you know what, Maria, that just might be because that's the loan estimate. So that might be because they're just giving you an idea that, so they might just round up the whole numbers for that. But now that we're here at the closing disclosure, go to page 498. Now that we're here at the closing disclosure, now we got changed. Now we need to get down to the exact penny, right? So that you're right. They might just round up for the loan estimate because it's just that, it's an estimate.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Sure. I was worried you were going to say, let me point this out. Go back real quick to 490 and 491. 490 and 491. And there's a sample closing disclosure. Y'all cross that out. That thing is horrible. Even the book says there's stuff in here we may not do in North Carolina. So this is why I give you practice and learn, test, pass. So if you think you want to, do more than the 5 I give you, reach out to me. I got more I can give you, but please don't try to do the one on 491 and 492 or 490. I'm sorry, 490 and 491. Just big X, cross it out. I don't know why they keep every single version of this manual. They keep reprinting this thing. One day it's going to disappear and I'm going to be very excited. So we did the buyer's J on page 2. Now we got the seller's J, $16,044. Remember, N is in Nancy, is all of the seller's debits, including their J from page 1. So if you look under N is in Nancy 2, N2, we're going to put the seller's J from $16,044. I really want you guys to do that first. As soon as you get J on page 1, put those numbers on page 2. Okay, so the steps. You go through the closing worksheet, the problem, you get J, put those numbers on page 2. Now is when we take our paper and fold it longwise. So we're forcing ourselves to only look at first, let's just focus on the buyers. If we add up all of the buyers' K is all of their debits. Their debits in this case include the purchase price, that amount from J, and in 249, 650, 625, and then their portion of this year's taxes. In this situation, the buyer has a debit for taxes, so they're $257.26. We add up all of K, add up all of the buyer's debits, 32.95, and then we add up all their credits. Everything in L is a credit. So we got the earnest money deposit, the loan amount, and the due diligence fee. So we have all of the buyer's credits of $216,000. Debits minus credits tells us how much the buyer has to bring to closing. So we had our debits at 258, 532.95 minus 216. Gives us $42,532.95. There's your third test question. How much does the buyer have to bring to closing? 42,000 debits minus credits, or K minus L. Everybody see what we did? Add up all of K, add up all of L. Debits minus credits tells us how much the buyer has to bring to closing. Maria, did you have a question? No, you're good? Okay. Now take your paper and flip it over. Sellers are on the right. You see what we're doing? We're just focus on the buyer. Don't try to hop around. Just focus first on the buyer. Now let's just focus on the seller. M as in Mary is all of the seller's credits. How much money do they have coming in on their behalf? Well, they got the purchase price coming in on their behalf. And then they have the buyer's portion of taxes. So when we add up all of M as in Mary, I get all of the seller's credits. And then N is in Nancy, is all of the seller's debits. So we have that amount from J on page 1, their loan payoff amount. And then the due diligence fee debits. So N is all their debits. M, let's say Mary minus Nancy, credits minus debits. Tells us how much the seller hopefully is gonna get from settlement. And there's your 4th test question on the closing disclosure. 2 questions from the bottom of page 1, 2 questions from the bottom of page 2. Your other 2 math questions you're going to see next week are proration problems. So if you can practice prorating, it's going to get you several different things.
Julie,
Yes.
if N is in Nancy, if that section is for debits, why does in A 8 say seller credit? What is that about?
Talk about that in just a second. Yep.
Okay,
Yep, we're going to look at some funny things that you're going to see on your homework recommendations. So we're going to talk about them. Yep. Really, what's that saying? It's a credit that the seller's offering to pay the buyer. The seller's offering to pay. So it's not a seller credit.
so like if they wanted to help with closing costs,
Possibly,
I got you. Okay,
possibly. Not how I'm going to use it in just a second, but yes, possibly that would be a great example. I forgot about seller pay closing costs. We hadn't talked about those in a long time in this market. They'll come back. What other questions do I have?
So I have just basically for the M and the N, like you could just do like a a subtraction problem right there and then, right? So
Sure.
just you take the one.
Just straight down. Yep.
Yeah, just like 154. Okay, and then the 154, 696, I think it's wrong.
Is it?
It's, I think it's, yeah, I think it's 969 at the end. I could,
Yep. No, 154. Yep, you are right. Thank you. So that means 969. Thank you. So 249, 907.26 minus 154, 969. There we go. So now I didn't get my seller as much money, $94,938.26. Thank you.
and that's gonna be cash from the seller, right?
Yes, they're cash too.
Oh, cash to the seller. Okay, thank you.
Yep. If that number were negative, then it would be cash from the seller.
Okay, thank you.
So if their debits are more than their credits, then that's money the seller would have to bring to settlement. We good? You guys gonna practice this weekend? Everybody shake your head, yes. Thank you. You gonna reach out to me if you have questions? Everybody shake your head, yes. Okay. Guys, I'm telling you, like I said, to watch me do it once, do you know how much you just gained? A little bit. You know how much more you're gonna gain when you sit down and do one on your own? A whole bunch. When you do 2, when you do 3, you guys with me? And again, if you want to do all 5, fantastic. You don't have to. You don't have to do anything if you don't want to. You just got to pass this test. So if you can practice though, we might help you get through the test. If you do all 5 and you're itching to do more, let me know. I got plenty for you. I'll always have extra math. Can you only imagine how obnoxious I am in pre-licensing? They love it. Anything else? Other questions? Okay, so let's look at a few. Thinking all this, I lost my learn test pass. Nope, there it is. There it is. All right.
While you're looking for it, Julie, I just want to make sure I didn't miss an example of the questions. You said one question would be buyer J. The second question would be seller J. The third one would be buyer bring to closing. And did you say what the fourth one was, or that's where?
How much is the seller going to get?
How much the seller is going to get?
Yep. So buyer paid, and then how much is the seller? So the bottom of both buyer and seller, the bottom of page 1, the bottom of page 2. There's your four closing disclosure problems. As far as math goes, you have 4 closing disclosure plus 2 proration problems.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sure.
I missed the third one, Julie. What was the third one?
So the buyer's J and the seller's J.
Mm-hmm.
And then the buyer paid, how much does the buyer have to bring to closing? The bottom of page 2. And then how much is the seller going to get from closing? Buyer, seller, bottom of page 1. Buyer, seller, bottom of page 2. All right, let's talk about homework recommendations. The problem we just did, Learn Test Pass, is in section 6A. So it tells you it's the in-class post. So this is the one we just did. If you want to go back through it, you have the recording. I always get nervous that I'm not recording. You have the recording. So if you want to go back the recording, if you need the YouTube channel again, let me know. But you can go back through the recording, and if you miss something, it's available. Also under 6A is the answers, the solutions. And I thought there was, but I guess not. And then there's also each section of Learn Test Pass has a little quiz. So as you guys are getting ready for next Wednesday, it may not hurt to go through these quiz questions. But one thing I like so much about Learn Test Pass, when you answer something, right or wrong, it gives you why the answer is right or wrong. So it doesn't just say, it says, this is why. So that's what I like. That's my favorite thing about Learn Test Pass, is it explains the answer. So all the quizzes, each section has a little interactive quiz, or most sections, I should say. Under section 6B is your blank closing disclosure. You guys are bringing one of these next week for your exam. We'll talk more about rules and expectations next week for your exam, but for right now, let's know. I'll let you have a calculator, basic calculator. I'll let you start with a blank closing disclosure, and I'll let you have scratch paper. We're going to do a little check-in process. We're going to do a show and tell, where you show me your blank scratch paper. You show me your blank closing disclosure, but I'll let you guys use that for your exam. And remember too, once you start your exam, I'm going to put in the chat that January has 31 days, February has 28, March has 31. Do you guys know the knuckle trick? You don't have to. I'm going to tell you how many days are in the month. So I think of everything you guys have to worry about next week, stressing about how many days in August, just shouldn't be one of them. So once you start your test, I'll put that in the chat so you'll have that. The math is at the end anyway. So once you get to the math, you'll be ready to go. So blank closing disclosure for next week. Then you have these practice problems. So as you can kind of see, here's the link to the problem. It'll open in a separate window. Here's just another blank closing disclosure. You got one here and you got one here. But then one thing that you get in the homework recommendations is literally a step-by-step. So like in this case, the sales price is 198,750. You see where that arrow is pointing at that one? And then they walk you down and they show you where they put the 198,750. So if you're stuck on something, you have, I mean, this sucker's 77 pages, and then it goes and it looks at the date, right? So it shows you what it does with all of this stuff. Does that make sense? So I think that's helpful. And then you also have the solution. So it works it out for you. It tells you, you know, the completed closing disclosure. Again, if you're off by a couple cents, please don't get excited about a couple pennies. If you're off by, you know, $20 or something, then you need to, you know, something's gone on there. And remember, you have me too. I'm here to help. Next Tuesday in class, we are going to do closing problem number 4 together. So while I suggest you guys do as many of these 5 as you want, I would really like you guys to do number 4. So then we can talk about it together. You can go through it pretty quickly. Yes, you also have the solutions, but I ask you, does that do you any good to look at the solutions? Absolutely not, because you know what you don't have on your test? The solutions. So this is what I'm trying to do, is prepare you for your test. So yes, I give you the solutions as a guide, but I don't want you guys to look at it until you sat down and tried it on your own. That's how you learn. Sometimes when kids are learning how to walk, they fall down, right? And what do they do when they fall down? Do they just sit there and say, whoop, guess I'm not going to walk, I give up? Or do they get up and try it again? So that's what I need you guys to do. Sometimes making mistakes is okay, because that's how we learn. So work the kinks out now. So let's talk about some, I call them funny things. Y'all probably aren't going to be laughing, but let's talk about some funny things that you're going to see on your homework recommendation that we're going to look at next week together. So let's see, a couple funny things. This is kind of funny. Loan amount, 1% loan origination fee. Seller has agreed to pay the discount point. It's kind of funny, isn't it? So let's talk about how that's going to look. And I wonder if let me get a blank closing disclosure so we're not looking at, okay. It is, okay. All right, funny thing number 1 on your recommended homework assignment, seller has agreed to pay half a loan discount point. First off, half a loan discount point is equal to what percentage of the loan? A half. So half a loan discount point is going to be equal to 0.5% of the loan. The discount point is a charge from the buyer to the lender. So once we figure out the discount point, who is the lender going to collect the discount point from?
The buyer.
They're going to collect it from the buyer. So that part of it stays the same. We're going to show it as a buyer paid at closing. That part doesn't change. That's not the funny part. What's the funny part is that the seller has agreed to pay that amount. That's an agreement between the buyer and the seller. The buyer owes the lender the discount point, but the buyer and the seller had a separate agreement. They had a separate deal. And so the seller has agreed to pay the buyer that amount. So in addition to putting it in the place that we always put it, which is going to be in our A as in Apple 1, we're also going to go, oops, to page 2, because remember, page 2 is the agreement between the buyer and the seller. So this is going to be a fun actual triple entry item. Buyer pays the lender on page 1. And then on page 2, we're going to have it as, somebody asked a little bit ago about these seller credits. We're going to put it as a credit to the buyer and a debit to the seller. Let's talk about what we just did. On page 1, I did a debit to the buyer. On page 2, I did a credit to the buyer. How much is the buyer paying for discount points?
.5% of, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant originally.
Not originally, thank you. No, and you're right. All together, how much are they paying? If we do a debit on page 1 and a credit on page 2, what are we doing? Canceling that out. On page 2, I have a debit to the seller. Everybody see what we did? Page 1, the buyer's paying their lender. Page 2, the seller's paying the buyer. Oh, you're yawning. I thought you were crying at first. I was like, no, we'll get you. We'll do this. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I hope it's not that bad.
I was like, oh my gosh. Questions on this? Sellers agreed to pay, but understand that agreement to pay is between the buyer and the seller. Does the lender care anything whatsoever about the seller? They may not even, maybe they know the seller's name. That's it, right? The relationship is with the buyer and the lender. So the buyer pays the lender on page 1, the seller reimburses, and these are these seller credits that we see in that, you know, one example. Another example may be the seller paid closing costs.
You know, I might be thinking about this a little too hard, but you know, we were talking about having to alert the lender of everything, you know, that happens in terms of, you know, the transaction. Does the lender even need to know that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, they do. Okay.
Yes. Because any money that changes hands as a part of this transaction has to show up on the settlement statement. So the only other way this could happen is not legal. Right now, the seller's handing the buyer a check, and the lender does not want that, like that. TRID does not like that. So this money, again, this is an agreement between the buyer and the seller. And the lender doesn't, did the lender get paid? The lender's happy. They got their money, right? So that's one funny thing on your homework assignment. Recommendation. Okay, I just looked at our time.
Okay,
You guys want to yeah, please.
so I'm getting a little confused with this. So like an L5, we put a seller credit of the amount that the
Whatever that 0.5%, right.
okay, and then also on N8, it'll have the same amount.
Correct.
Oh, what? Okay, all right.
Yep. And that same amount is also back on A.
Back
So
up,
you're
yeah.
gonna see that one amount 3 different places, aren't you? But
Okay.
again, what we're doing in A, it was a debit to the buyer. In L, it's a credit to the buyer. So the buyer's not paying any discount points, are they? I mean, they're paying, but then they're being reimbursed. So the only person that's actually paying the discount points here
Is the seller.
is the seller.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. All right. I just looked at our time. So let's take a break before we get into this next funny thing, because that may take a few minutes. So come back fresh. We're almost done with math for tonight. So if you can give me like 15 more minutes, and then we can jump into our offer to purchase and contract. So let's do, let's see, 718. So let's do 728. And we'll come back and finish talking about this. All right. Your homework, let's see if I can't find one real quick in just a minute. I was gonna say, the one that we worked in class and your homework recommendation, it actually tells you the loan amount. And I can't tell you if your test gives you the loan amount or not. So I just want to mention it. If the problem doesn't give you the loan amount, then it has to give you the loan to value ratio. And the loan to value ratio is how much the lender's paying. So for example, if the problem says like financing is 80%, then you want to take the sales price times 80% to find the loan amount. Sales price times the percent to find the loan amount. So the 20% would be the buyer's down payment, 80% would be the loan amount. Again, this one gives you financing. The one we just did in class gave you the actual amount, but you may come across one in your homework that just gives you a percentage. Everybody good with that? Sales price times the percentage tells you the loan amount. The other, don't run, we got you. The other funny thing that we see in this problem, brokerage commission is 5.5% of the sales price. Brokerage commission is 5.5% of the sales price. Note, at closing, the listing firm will retain the earnest money as part of the brokerage fee. Remember, we talked about this yesterday. When the real estate firm has the earnest money, we somehow have to get that earnest money from the firm to the attorney so they have all funds for settlement. And there's two ways they can do this. The firm can either write a check, the agent takes the check and physically delivers it to the attorney. Or we can say at closing, the listing firm will retain the earnest money as part of the brokerage fee. So remember the example we gave, I think yesterday, your commission is $3,000, earnest money is $1,000. So your actual commission check is only going to be for $2,000. You get back to the office, they transfer $1,000 from escrow to the operating account. And now the firm has their full commission. So that's the scenario that we're getting ready to look at. Everybody remember that from yesterday? Remember this discussion? Do you have any questions on that piece of it so far before we look at how it shows on your closing disclosure? Commission is of the sales price. So I have a sales price of $465,800. They're offering to pay 5.5%. So we have a total commission of $25,619. Total commitment. Well, I just gave you that. What am I doing? All right. So you have total commission. Remember, everything on page 1 is a debit to third parties, including our commission. H1 is our commission. But the check made out to the firm isn't going to be for $25,619, is it? It's going to be for the full commission minus, I'm not giving you everything, the earnest money deposit. So the amount you're going to put on page 1 for the seller paid at closing is going to be the amount that the firm's going to receive. The commission minus the earnest money deposit. Everybody good so far? The seller still has to pay $25,619 though, right? That was their agreement to pay that amount of commission. So now if we go over to page 2, The earnest money is still, move this over some so we can see what we're doing. The earnest money is still going to be a credit to the buyer. That part's not changing. The earnest money will always be credited back to the buyer at settlement. So we have the amount of earnest money. But then if you notice under the seller debit on N1, we have an excess deposit. That's also going to be amount of the earnest money. So we're going to have on page 1, go back to page 1, the amount that the firm is going to receive when you go to the attorney's office and pick up your check. You're going to have the commission minus the earnest money deposit, because that's how much the third party is getting paid. And then in addition to that, for the seller, they will have another debit on page 2 that's an excess deposit of that earnest money. So the seller will still pay the 5.5%. It's just how it shows. It's how it looks. X amount to the firm plus the excess deposit to make up for the difference. Questions?
Which one was the earnest money for on page 1? What was the section for it?
We're not putting the earnest money on page 1. We're putting the check made out to the firm. So it's going to be the commission minus the earnest money.
Okay, so
Because
page
that's how
1.
much firm ABC is collecting.
Okay. Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
And guys, in this sample, we're just combining them. Again, in the real world, you would have the list firm would have the earnest money, or I'm sorry, their commission minus the earnest money, right? Because it's the listing firm that's holding the earnest money. See, that money's already there. You guys with me? That money's already there. So we're not going to bring it again. We're only going to bring what we need to. Again, for our purposes, we're just calling it commission, just commission. We're not worried about listing firm and selling firm. It's just commission. Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. So those are the funny things. Again, we're going to work this one in class Tuesday next week. So this will be good because this will give you guys the opportunity to spend time with these things this weekend. Bring me your questions on Tuesday. Like I said, I like giving you guys opportunity to work it because you can sit and watch me all day long. No problem. The questions come up when you guys sit down and do them on your own. And that's where I want you to hear me when I say I'm around all weekend. I'm around on Monday. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me. What hurts me most is when you guys show up on test day and say, yeah, I never really understood that. That's what bothers me, right? So I'm telling you guys, I'm here. Let me help you. Sit down and try it. Fall down a couple times, right? But before you start banging your head on the desk, that's when you reach out to Julie and ask for help. Fair enough?
I have a quick question.
Please.
And so the excess deposit, it's safe to say that it would be the earnest money amount if the firm keeps it. Is there any other items that could be considered excess deposit, or is it just the earnest money that's kept by the seller?
Not that I can think of offhand. So with that excess deposit, because the earnest money deposit is a deposit, right? So that's why they're calling it that excess deposit. So there may be another thing that we can call that excess deposit. You're looking at N1. There may be other things that we could call excess deposit, but I can't think of it offhand what it might be. But it's called excess deposit because it's like the rest of, it's the rest of the, and I don't know that that's the best verbiage, but it is what it is. Everybody good? You guys feel ready to tackle this? Sure.
Actually, that just made me think of another question, Joy. So
Please.
in the instance where like the seller was going to go ahead and pay towards repairs, I know not in this market, but
But when we get back to normal, right?
back to normal, that would be in that seller credit, right?
Because it would be a debit to the seller. So yeah, for it, not unless the seller was going to pay for repairs, pay the mechanic directly,
Yeah.
right,
like
outside of closing.
Mhm.
In which case we could probably do over here, you know, like electrician paid to third parties, you know, something like that. Because we would have to show it. I think the lender would want to see it, even though it was. But you know what? I'm going to back up, Magdalene. I'm going to say I don't know, because if the seller agrees to do any repairs, the lender's not involved in that. We don't send the lender the home inspection. We don't send the lender the due diligence repair agreement. So not unless repairs are going to be paid from escrow at settlement, I don't think that would need to show up here, because that's kind of a separate, right? The lender's not involved in that.
Okay.
I remember one of my early transactions, I was working with a buyer, and it was a lender that I knew personally, like, you know, he and I were friends. So I felt very comfortable learning with him. And I called him and I said, okay, we got our home inspection report and our signed DDRA. I said, I'm getting ready to email them to you right now. And he went, no. He said, I do not want to see that. And I was like, oh, never mind. So I don't know what that does to, but he did not like that, you know. So if the seller agrees to do the actual repair, it's not going to be involved on here. Now, if the seller says, in lieu of repairs, let me offer you a credit, or in lieu of repairs, let's reduce the purchase price, now the lender has to be notified, right? Because we're affecting our numbers. So in lieu of repairs, seller credit, as we said earlier, L and N could also fall under our seller pay closing costs. Credit the buyer, debit the seller. And then, of course, if we reduce the purchase price in lieu of repairs, then we would just have a different amount here and here than what the original contract said. So, and then I'm going to follow that with the next breath and say every lender's different. So sometimes just picking up the phone and calling and asking. But as far as repairs goes, the lender's not involved in that. Other comments, questions? Got all sorts of stuff up here. Let's see, I need that. I'm done with that. My learn test pass got off. Y'all don't let me close that out. I can get it back real quick if need be. Okay. There, that's how I remember. Okay. How you guys feeling? Closing disclosure. It wasn't horrible, was it? You've done, like I said, you've done worse things. I can promise you. I don't need to know what they are, but I'm sure. All right. So let's get back into our PowerPoint. We are almost done with 14. I got like 2 more slides on 14, and then we're going to go back. Remember, we skipped 11. The reason I skipped 11, if I hadn't skipped 11, we'd be finishing 14 on Tuesday, and then you guys are taking a test on the closing disclosure on Wednesday. And I don't think that's fair. So that's why I flipped those units. Now we're done. You got a whole week to work on those things. And so now in just a minute, we need to go back and pick up chapter 11. I hope nobody's terribly confused, but that's the reasoning to my madness. It's just to give you guys time. You guys go ahead and set your chat to private. Send me a private chat. I'm getting ready to ask you an A, B, C, or D question. You guys ready? You ready? Okay. Commission generally appears on a settlement statement as a, you can tell me A, B, C, or D. Yep. Seller pays commission. Seller pays deed prep, seller pays excise tax. Again, you guys look at that little worksheet I gave you last night. If you need it again, please let me know. But that's going to help you, that practice, that's going to help it stick. In a North Carolina closing, you can tell me A, B, C, or D. Yep. When you're prorating between the buyer and the seller pays for the day of closing. Remember, if you're looking at buyer expenses, like for example, interim interest is between the buyer and the lender. So the buyer is going to pay for interest the day of closing, right? That has nothing to do with the seller. So when we talk about the seller pays for the day of closing is when we're focusing on things that we prorate. Any questions on 14 as we leave it behind?
So I got a little confused, but the buyer can't get the keys as soon as they sign the settlement? I thought they could.
Nope,
Like, I mean,
they
that's
don't get
what-
it until the new deed's on record.
Oh,
They
okay.
sign at settlement, the attorney puts just the finishing touches on things, and then the buyer gets, once the deed's recorded, then and only then is it a done deal.
Okay, all right. 'Cause
Yep,
for some
yep.
reason I thought, I mean, I picked B, but I was debating between those two, so.
Sure. And Maria, let's be honest, in the real world, I'm sure I know this happens all the time, but it probably shouldn't. It really shouldn't, but I know it does. I had an agent look at me once and give me the key and said, "Oh, it's fine. We'll record soon. Here you go." You know what I did? I kept that key securely in my pocket until I knew it was recorded, until I knew that deed. Because what if the buyer goes ahead and moves in and it's still the seller's and the dang house burns down, right? It's still the seller's home until that new deed is recorded.
Julie, how long does it take to record over there?
The majority of the time, settlement and closing will happen on the same day.
Okay,
So attorneys, some record with each closing, some record in batches. So they might record like right before lunch and then right at the end of the day. Typically what we try to see, Christina, is you're not going to have a closing or settlement after 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock's about as late as they schedule. So if we have everybody come in about 3 and sign, then you still have, because the Register of Deeds closes at 5:00, right? There is no. So if you can get everything signed and settlement, then the attorney can still get. Now, I say most of the time, we all try for settlement and closing to happen on the same day. But remember, we're telling our people to have a plan B, because what if the attorney does their final quick title search after settlement and something, a mechanic's lien is hit? Or what if the internet's down and we can't e-record, right? So there's always that what if, but the majority of the time, settlement and closing is going to be on the same day.
okay, thank you.
As much as we can. Yep. I had an attorney once in Greensboro. It was really cool. I was in there with my buyers and they signed everything. And he said, "Hey, if you folks can hang tight for about 10 minutes, I'll have you set." he said, can I bring you some water? We were like, well, yeah. So we hung out for 10 minutes and he came back in and said, here's your keys. Here's your check. Y'all have a good day. I was like, I like you. You know, I didn't have to go back. I didn't have to meet them in a parking lot to give them their keys. You know, we just hung out for a couple minutes and drank water. And then it was a done deal. So every attorney is different.
But like new construction, it's not like that, or is that the same for new construction? You just get your,
It should be the same. Now, the builder and the buyer may have a different, right, handshake agreement or something, but new
I was just
construction
asking,
until that
'cause
CO,
I,
and you shouldn't close until that CO comes out, until that certificate of occupancy.
okay.
What were you gonna say? Why were you asking?
The day that we went in and signed did the signing and everything, like they like handed the keys, like all the stuff was like right there in like a little box, and they were like, here you go. And we had our keys and everything. Like he signed, we signed, and as soon as he got finished signing, they were like, here's your keys and here's your like our little gift and stuff. And so I thought that's how it went with in like every situation.
But it happens every day. It happens every day. I
Yeah.
had a listing a couple years ago. The couple moved up here from Myrtle Beach several years ago. I said, you guys are going the wrong way, right? You already at the beach, right? That's all our goal was to get there eventually. Yeah. But they moved up here to be with family, and then it wasn't working out. They decided they want to go back home. So I was selling their house here, listing their house here. And then they were buying a new home back down at Myrtle Beach. So, you know, I couldn't help them at Myrtle Beach, right? Because my license is in South Carolina. So I listed their house here and we closed and wished them well and blah, blah, blah. Y'all, I'm not kidding. 2 months later, she called me and she said, Julie, you're never going to guess what happened. They bought new construction in South Carolina. They were living there for 2 months before the builder realized that the attorney forgot to record the deed. Something happened. They said forgot. I don't know if I believe that. There might have been a glitch in the internet. You know what I'm saying? 2 months before they realized that that deed never changed hands. And she said, could you imagine? She said, could you imagine? And I said, oh my gosh. I mean, that's just crazy to think about. But the fact that it went that long before nobody caught it, then somebody said, oh, oops, you know, we need to get this deed on record. I mean, 2 months. So all sorts of things can happen. You know, and we're going to talk about this a little bit in chapter 11 too, when we look at our contract. But I think the best thing that we can do to protect our buyers is to not give them access until it's their house. You know, even when my husband and I bought this house, I got to be the buyer and the buyer's agent. I got to wear 2 hats. That was a lot of fun, which means, yes, I got paid a commission after I bought a house. Sweet. Even when we left the attorney's office, they gave me the key. And my husband was like, can we go ahead and go? I was like, nope. Because the agent me was saying, we can't go into that house until it's ours. So we went to Home Depot, you know, because that's what you do when you buy a house, right? You go. But once we knew it was recorded, then we came over here. So, and we're going to touch on a little bit more on that in chapter 11 as well.
So the attorney will let you know once it's recorded.
Yeah, you usually get I get an email from the paralegal that says we are on record.
Okay.
And loosely translated, that means come back and get your check and give the buyer the key. If the attorney has the key, they can go pick it up, or if the agent has the key, that's when you can hand it over. But you'll get a notice, usually the paralegal, if not the attorney, will email you. It says we are on record. That's the sweetest email I've ever seen. I like that email a whole lot, because then and only then is it a done deal. Other questions or comments?
All right. This might be a stupid question, but
No?
please, I don't judge. So settlement and closing, what is the main difference, or what, like, I thought like settlement and closing were the same thing.
I'm so glad you asked that. And we are going to address that in chapter 11. So we're going to look at, we're going to define lots of these closing terms. Christina asked us about due diligence and earnest money. So we're going to look at that. We're going to look at settlement versus closing. So the star of chapter 11 is our detailed review of the offer to purchase and contract. And our offer to purchase and contract is so handy because it defines these things for us. So we'll answer both your questions. If I don't get to it tonight, we should get to it tonight, most of it tonight. Then we'll definitely have tomorrow night as well. So hang on to that and we'll address it. Chapter 11, so let's go back in your book, back to page 323. Before we get to the offer to purchase and contract, let's just have a conversation about some contract preparations. So in this section, we're going to talk about contract preparations. We're eventually going to get to our detailed review of standard form 2T. And then we're going to look at some of our other commonly used addenda. We've already looked at a few. We looked at the additional provisions addendum. We looked at some amendments, but we need to look at some other addenda. So we'll do that. Tomorrow night's going to be our big forms night. So tonight is math, tomorrow's forms. Do I know how to have a good time or what, right? So that'll be the star for tomorrow night. So let's talk about with contract preparations, our expectations of broker competence. You guys remember old car from pre-licensing? Maybe you did old car, maybe you were taught loads, one or the other. The R in old car says that we owe our clients reasonable skill, care, and diligence. You don't need to know old car to know that we owe our clients reasonable skill, care, and diligence. And part of that reasonable skill, care, and diligence says we have an obligation to our clients to make sure that their legally binding sales contract is correct. It's of my opinion, and this is just that, Julie's opinion, but it's of my opinion that the offer to purchase and contract is the most important form that we use, because that's the form that legally binds the buyer and the seller together. And it's our responsibility to make, not theirs, our responsibility to make sure that it's completed properly. Guys, I got to tell you something. Buyers and sellers don't read that thing. They don't read the contract. You send them a contract to sign in like dot loop, and you say, here's our contract with the terms that we discussed. You're typing all this out in an email. You say, please look over everything and let me know if you have any questions before you sign. And a minute and a half later, you have a 15-page signed contract sitting in your inbox. Are you telling me they read it in 15 minutes? No, or a minute and a half? No. Most of the time they don't read. Sometimes you'll get a reader, but most of the times they don't read because they're relying on us to be knowledgeable. They're relying on us to be competent. They're relying on us to let them know the information that they need to know. Can I get each of you to promise me right now that you will never, ever, ever send a form to a client to sign without you reading it and knowing what's in it first? Don't just hit forward and say, here you go, this is okay, sign this. You need to read it first before you send it to them, because if you have questions, they very well may too. If you're not sure about the terms, how do you expect them to be? Everybody promise me? You guys want to put your right hand up to me? Tell me you promise me. Thank you. Please make sure you're reading these. That's the duty. That's what the R in old car says. The Real Estate Commission expects us to have the competence necessary to properly prepare the contract. When in doubt, find out. There are resources out there. If you're not sure what to put in a blank, there are resources out there. We're getting ready to talk about some of those resources when we get to our contract. But you just putting something in because you didn't know isn't going to do your buyers and sellers any service. Remember, if they lose, they're coming after you. They can sue you for monetary value, they can file a complaint at the Real Estate Commission. You guys think about, I mean, these price tags that are on houses, you know, this isn't like Amazon Prime where they can return it tomorrow if they don't like it, right? Once that deed's recorded, this is it. There are no takebacks. So we need to make sure that they understand what they're doing. So that's why we need to make sure that we understand all the provisions, not just in the contract, but any applicable addenda that we're attaching as well. And we need to make sure that all the points of the agreement are included in the final written contract. Back in unit or chapter 10, we talked about the parole evidence rule. And the parole evidence rule says the final written word in the contract will prevail. So if MLS says that the seller is going to leave the fridge, but we don't put the fridge in the contract, does the seller have to leave the fridge? No, because it's not in the contract. MLS advertising is just that, it's an advertising. It's not a legally binding contract. So whatever we agree to, all points of the contract have to be in the final written contract. We cannot draft. You don't need to know this general statute. I just put this in there so you know I'm official. We cannot draft anything on behalf of somebody else. I'm not an attorney, so I can't draft forms. I can't draft documents. It makes me so nervous to hear agents out in the field right now talking because they're so desperate to get their buyers in. And we have these appraisal contingencies, and we have these escalation clauses. We'll talk a little bit about escalation clauses in just a bit. And my first thought, my concern is when you're adding all these things to try to get your buyer in, is an attorney drafting this stuff up? Or are you just filling in a blank, you know, if it doesn't appraise and we don't, you know what I'm saying? So I understand we're desperate to get our buyers in, and I hear you. But we still, that doesn't give us the right to draft. That doesn't give us the right to delete, edit, remove verbiage. The only thing that we're allowed to do is fill in the blanks of the pre-printed forms. That's it. We get to fill in the blanks. And the blanks are asking for something very specific. So just because we see a blank doesn't mean we can put any old thing in there. We have to fill them out, the blanks out properly. The forms that we use the most come from the North Carolina Association of Realtors. So NCAR drafts our pre-printed forms, contract, agency agreements, addenda. The Real Estate Commission doesn't create our forms. It's NCAR that does our forms. If you haven't joined your firm yet, once you join your firm, you'll join the local board of realtors. And once you get into like Winston-Salem Board of Realtors, that'll get you into NCAR and the National Association of Realtors. Once you get into NCAR, you can access any form out there and any sample. You see a form with a sample stamped across it. Anything that you're giving your clients, any hard copy for them to review, needs to have that sample stamped across it. Don't hand them a blank offer to purchase and contract and give them what they think they have the power to fill in the blank. Does that make sense? Unless you're having them sign it to present an offer or accept an offer, make sure everything you give them has sample, and NCAR has all that. So when you join your firm, you'll get new agent orientation, and they'll cover all that with you as well. If you're a member of NCAR and NAR, then you can use the pre-printed forms that are jointly authorized by NCAR and the North Carolina Bar Association. And you can use the forms that rock the Realtor logo. If you're not a Realtor, you cannot use those Realtor logo forms. So if you want to be your own firm, for example, and you don't want to join the association, you have to have an attorney draft up your form. You have to have an attorney draft up the documents that you use. I think it's important that we understand that the NCAR forms, the Realtor forms, are the most commonly used forms, but are not the only forms that we can use. We can use any form as long as it was drafted by an attorney. It's not uncommon, for example, for a builder to have their own contract. Okay, it's okay for us to use that. If we're using a non-NCAR form, we need to make sure that it meets certain commission rules. Now, Commission Rule A.0112, we're not going to look at this. And again, you don't need to know this rule. Just know that this rule is here. And what this rule says is whenever a broker is using a pre-printed form, a pre-printed contract, there are certain things that have to be included. So if you get a contract from a builder and you want to know you can use it, that's when you pay attention to Rule A.0112. And I'll show you guys in just a minute where you can find that. So you have that, when in doubt, find out. So you have that information at your fingertips.
Julie, did I hear you to say that if you created your own, if you were a firm, then you wouldn't use the NCAR?
If you
I
didn't
couldn't
join the
see it.
local, if you didn't join the realtors, if you were a non-member.
I gotcha. So if you
Right.
create an entity, you could still be a part of that.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Julie's real estate shop could join, but maybe I think I'm saving money, so I'm not going to join. And now I don't have forms, right? So now I have to have an attorney. So you got to weigh it all out when you're opening your own firm, right? And that was
Gotcha.
just an example, right? But the point is if you don't join the local association, then you can't use the realtor forms. Some things not allowed in our standard offer to purchase and contract. The big picture, you and I do not belong in the offer to purchase a contract. The offer to purchase a contract is between the buyer and the seller, not between us. Specifically, the Real Estate Commission says we cannot have any mention of our commission or compensation. Where do I hash out my commission and compensation? Where do I have that in agreement?
The listing agreement?
The listing agreement and the buyer's agency agreement. So remember, our agency agreements discuss our commission. And our agency agreements have to be in writing and signed before I can present an offer on behalf of somebody, which means before I'm presenting an offer, I have to have commission agreed to in the agency agreements. Our commission agreement doesn't belong in the contract. Would it surprise you if I told you there have been incidences where an agent tries to slip themselves in a bonus in the offer to purchase and contract? Probably for the very reason I just told you, because buyers and sellers don't read that thing. They just sign it. So they bank on I'm going to give myself $500 extra, and they bank on them not reading that. And then they find out about it. They file a complaint at the commission. And now we're standing here talking about how we can't do that. So any agreement to commission, bonuses, whatever happens in our agency agreements, not in the sales contract. The other thing that they specifically mention we can't put in the contract is any kind of liability disclaimer. Let's say, for example, I had a buyer a couple years ago. She was a bird of a different feather, let's say. And she waived the pest inspection. I said, really? It's like $65 and you have a crawl space that goes way deep back. I'm not going way deep back there, right? I mean, it goes way deep back. I said, I don't know. Are you sure? She said, yeah, I'm going to call Terminex after I close anyway. So I don't want the pest inspection. I can't put that in the contract. I can't slip something in there that says buyer refused pest inspection. Remember, I guess it was last Thursday we were together. We looked at our professional services disclosure where they can select or waive various services. That's where we put that, not in the contract. So big picture, you and I don't belong in the sales contract. Specifically, no mention of our commission and no liability disclaimer to try to protect person's actions or non-actions. Now, we've been saying that you and I can't draft. You and I can't delete, we can't amend. Interestingly enough, the parties to the contract can. However, just because they can doesn't mean that they should. Whenever your buyer or seller are talking about whipping out their red pen, I'm going to fix this and I'm going to delete this and I'm going to write and I'm going to change this and I'm going to put something off to the side. Highly suggest, highly recommend that they call an attorney, because here's the thing. I think of this as the domino effect. If they change a provision on page 1, how does that affect terms in the contract on page 5 or page 7, right? How does it affect other terms and provisions of the contract? And those are questions I can't answer because I'm not an attorney. So just because they can does not mean that they should. And the best advice we can give them when they want to whip out their red pen is to have them call an attorney. And guys, if that conversation goes down face to face or on the phone, that's one conversation that I highly suggest you go home and type out an email. Per our conversation, I highly suggest you contact an attorney. They're an adult, they can do what they want, right? But at least I have documented that I highly recommended that they talk to an attorney. The main reason our standard forms, the main reason they provide us with these standard forms is for uniformity, right? This way we know across the state, we're all pretty much using the same for the most part. Again, they're the most commonly used forms. It also reduces our temptation to draft. And on a side note, could you imagine if you had to call an attorney every single time one of your buyers wanted to write an offer? Could you imagine? We'd never get anything done, would we? So you show a house on Friday night and the buyer says, this is it, I want to write it up. You say, great, I'll call the attorney's office first thing Monday morning. I'll try to get us in next week, right? We would never get anything done. So they provide us with these forms, give us uniformity, reduce our temptation to draft, and to keep the show going, to keep things happening. We have several different offer to purchase and contracts. The one that we're getting ready to spend our time on is 2T, standard form 2T. Again, you don't need to know 2T, but sometimes when you're sorting through all of the forms available to us, there's a lot. And sometimes knowing which one you're looking for helps. Again, this is the one that we're getting ready to spend all of our time looking at. In addition to that, I have an offer to purchase and contract for vacant lot and land. We will look briefly at this tomorrow, probably. We also have an offer to purchase and contract for new construction. So I say all this to say that it's important that we know that we're using the right form. When we look at 12T and 800T briefly tomorrow night, it tells us at the top, use this contract when. And it helps us identify when we should be using the various forms. So again, these are ones that we'll look at. Anybody considering commercial? No. Okay.
Open to it. I'm not gonna focus on it, but
You wouldn't say no to it? Okay.
I'm
All
open
right.
to it.
All right. That's as much as you're going to say right now. I got you.
Yeah.
So Magdalene, if that opportunity comes up, know that commercial has their own set of forms. The commercial sales contract is called the Agreement for Purchase and Sale of Real Property. I've had commercial agents tell me over the years, though, that this contract is so basic, it doesn't apply to a lot of commercial situations. So a lot of times they're having an attorney draft something up anyway. So I'm not saying don't use it, but I'm just saying be prepared that this may not be sufficient for that transaction. But one thing that I think can help us all commercial forms are the 500 series. So in all of our forms, if you come across one in a 500 series, that's a commercial. And most of them will tell you somewhere on there they're commercial. questions so far? Again, 2T is where we're spending the rest of tonight, good chunk of tomorrow night. So let me go back for 1 second. With the 3 residential contracts, they all come with guidelines for completing. NCAR provides guidelines when you're completing 2T, guidelines when you're completing 12T, guidelines when you're completing 800T. Again, the resources are out there. If you don't know what goes in a blank, you have guidelines. That's one resource. That's one place you have to go to make sure that you're getting the right information in the contract. And one thing the guidelines do is provide us with general instructions for completing this form. So I've grabbed these general instructions from the guidelines for completing 2T. General instructions tell us the type if possible, otherwise print legibly in ink. I think long gone the days of agents filling in the blanks on a contract in a trunk of their car in the Bojangles parking lot. I always used to hear those stories about my agents back, 20 years ago. Even if you're doing electronically, and I don't even know where my phone is right now, but even if you're doing electronically, you can do like .loop, DocuSign, on your phone. But if you're out in the middle of nowhere and you don't have a connection and the buyer just has to write it up right now, if you have to print it, do so legibly in ink, not pencil. Pencil's not going to hold up in a court of law. Purple crayon probably won't hold up in a court of law. So do it in ink, but ideally you're going to want to type. Fill in all the blank spaces. Never leave a blank blank. If you have a blank that doesn't apply to the situation, then you say N/A for not applicable. This does 2 things. This lets the other party know that you didn't forget to put something in there, right? They may think that it's blank because you forgot to fill it in. But this also prevents the other party from putting something in. So don't leave a blank blank. If you have a blank that doesn't in this situation, just put NA for not applicable. And when we're completing these, we need to be precise. Guys, real estate, we have our own language. Once you learn to speak broker, we can use an acronym for it, we're going to. Our jargon does not belong in the legally binding contract for the buyer and the seller. We need to make sure that we're speaking non-broker when we're completing these forms on behalf of our clients. Anytime you change anything, you have to initial and to have it initial and dated by all parties. Interestingly enough, this morning, I attended an NCAR class that was called The Road to the Perfect Contract. And the instructor, it was a really interesting class. I had a good morning. And the instructor was telling us about, you guys remember when we looked at the agreement to amend the contract? And one thing that we can amend is the settlement date. And if you change the date, you have that 7-day delay unless you check that little box. And if you check the box, then you just have a 4-day delay. You guys kind of remember that? They agreed to a date. She put the date in, had her buyer sign it, sent it to the listing agent, had her seller sign it. It came back with the box checked. The agent took it on behalf of themselves to check the box and didn't think that she would catch it. She said, I was livid. I said, I bet you were, because the changes weren't dated and initial. They didn't even, you couldn't even count a counter offer, right? Because a counter offer, you're supposed to make the change initial and a date to show that you did something different than what was presented to you. I'm guessing this person didn't know who she was dealing with. She didn't know that this lady was an instructor for NCAR and is on the forms committee. Luckily, how many other people did she let that by? So again, reiterates, never send something to a client to sign without you looking at it first. And when the other party sends it back, review it and make sure that that was what you guys originally agreed to. Is that not wild? So I hope she was on the phone with the North Carolina real estate. I don't know. She didn't tell us what she did after that, but if you're making a lot of changes, we don't have a lot of room on these contracts. They don't give us much room to write. There's probably a reason for that. So if you're making changes in initial and date, after a while, the form may get hard to read. So if necessary, just go ahead and prepare a new form with the newly agreed upon terms, but keep the old difficult to read form, because that difficult to read form shows the meeting of the minds. It shows the mutual assent. So it shows the party coming to agreement. We're just putting everything on a nice, neat, clean form so the attorneys and the lenders and everybody can read it. And because they're not reading it, we need to make sure that we review the contract provisions with our parties. I never suggest sitting down and reading to them. They're adults, they can read it if they really want to, but we need to make sure that they understand the provisions. I kind of miss the days of spending like all day Saturday with buyers showing 13 homes, because that gave me an opportunity in between showings to talk about stuff like due diligence fee, earnest money deposit. That gave me an opportunity to have conversations. Right now, things are happening so rapidly, but even though it's happening fast, that doesn't change the fact that we have these duties to buyers and sellers and making sure that they understand the terms of the contract, the things that they're agreeing to. That doesn't change our role. Our role is still the same. Questions or comments on the general instructions? Again, these are from the guidelines in your offer to purchase and contract. Okay. Let's take 10. Come back. Just a few more things to talk about, and then we're getting into 2T. All right. Also, let's see, general instructions. Again, these are from the guidelines for completing. I have those for you guys in Learn Test Pass if you want to download them, since I know, I think Sade is the only one with a firm. So the rest of you don't have access to these forms yet. But we do have them in Learn Test Pass if you want to look at them. And I'll show you in just a bit where those are. The Real Estate Commission, when it comes to our sales contracts, the Real Estate Commission has identified persistent problems. These are complaints that they get down in Raleigh on a regular basis. So they're asking us to go over them with you guys, hopefully to nip them in the bud before they start. The Real Estate Commission says, if you're doing it, stop it. Stop it now. So one persistent problem that they are sick and tired of seeing, and some of these are going to blow your mind. Don't put owner of record for the seller's name. When you're completing the offer to purchase and contract, put in the seller's name. If it's not an MLS, pull the deed. Shouldn't you be pulling the deed anyway to make sure that your buyers identify the sellers, that we know who that is? So don't identify the seller as owner of record on the contract. Spell out who they are. A fixture is supposed to stay. Personal property is meant to go. The only time they need to go in the contract is when they're going to do the opposite of their intent. So if a fixture is going to go or personal property is going to stay, that's the only time we need to put them in the contract. Remember, well, just a minute, when we look at our offer to purchase and contract, it provides us with a list of fixtures. So if we're not sure, we got the list to help us identify, but putting fixtures that don't convey or personal property that will, it's not necessary. Defining critical dates, due diligence, settlement, that kind of thing. Specifically, what they want us to do when at all possible is put an actual date. Don't put verbiage like 15 days from the effective date. First off, we all have grand confusion about when the effective date is. It blows my mind how many people don't know that, But if you put in 15 days from the effective date, that so put in an actual date, March 31st. This one blows my mind. Why do we have to be told to timely present offers to sellers? Can anybody help me with this? I, for the life of me, can't understand. The law of agency says we present offers to sellers as soon as possible. The Real Estate Commission says that we present offers to sellers immediately, but in no event later than 3 days. Don't hang on to offers. If you're the listing agent, when you get an offer, call your seller. If you're a buyer's agent working with a for sale by owner, helping your buyer get a FSBO, present the offer. So timely present your offers. And then the other persistent problem is the one that we've talked about. Any agreed upon repairs have to be in writing and signed by the end of due diligence, 5 p.m. of due diligence. The repairs themselves don't have to be complete until prior to settlement. Questions? Just a whole list of things we can't do. Huh? All right, so we're getting ready to go under offer to purchase and contract. Standard Form 2T is the highlight. If you guys will, real quick, I want you just to note page 329 to 354 of your book talks about the various provisions in the contract that we're getting ready to see. So in addition to the guidelines that I'll show you, you also have information in your real estate manual about how, if you have questions about where to complete a form or how to complete a form. So just pointing out that these pages are there. And really quick, before I forget, because I tend to forget this, look with me on page 354. and 355. 354 and 355 talks about a contingent sale addendum. That form no longer exists. That form was retired July, I think 2020 or 2019, something like that. So go ahead and cross that out. The bottom of 354 and all of 355. We'll talk about what happens with, specifically what this form was addressing is if the buyer has a house to sell before they can buy. We have new verbiage in our contract now to address that. So again, that addenda is gone, it's retired. So what we're doing now, back in Learn, Test, Pass, and what we're going to do is our standard form 2T. Line by line review. That NCAR class I went to this morning. There are some changes coming to 2T January this year. I don't know specifics. I'm not going to go into them because you're not tested on them yet. You're still tested on the current form, but just heads up. And there's nothing major. There's no major changes coming, but there are changes coming. So just know in July, there will be some changes. If you're affiliated with a firm by then, you know, the firm's going to let you know, and they're going to discuss them, and they'll probably have a sales meeting about them. NCAR will send you an email, right? Whenever they change a form, if you don't know about it and you're active, you're out practicing, you're not paying attention to your emails. So just know that there are changes coming. But again, what we're focusing on right now is the current form, because that's what you're going to be tested on. The offer to purchase and contract. First off, let's understand this form serves two purposes. It serves the purpose of an offer to purchase, and upon acceptance becomes a contract. We have one for both scenarios. We don't have to have two different forms, an offer and a contract. So it serves as an offer to purchase, and upon acceptance becomes a contract. We're told right out the gate, consult guidelines for completing guidance in completing this form. So it tells you if you have questions, they have guidelines available to you. For valuable consideration, the receipt and legal sufficiency of which are hereby acknowledged, buyer offers to purchase, and seller upon acceptance agrees to sell and convey the property on the terms and conditions of this offer to purchase and contract, and any addendum or modification made in accordance with its terms. Together, we're going to refer to it as the contract. The very first provision are terms and definitions. The first provision is about 2.5 pages long. We're going to spend the first 2.5 pages defining things, spelling things out, and detailing terms and definitions. And I just want you guys to know, if you look like here, buyer, seller, property, you see how those words are capitalized? In normal conversation, buyer, seller, property wouldn't be capitalized because they're not proper nouns, right? The reason they're capitalized here, when you see a word that wouldn't normally be capitalized, the reason it's capitalized is it's telling us that we have defined it somewhere in the contract. Does that make sense? So the fact that the buyer is a capital B tells us that we have spelled out somewhere who the buyer is. So we're referring to the proper noun. We're referring to the proper buyer, the proper seller. So the first thing we do in terms and definitions is define who the seller and the buyer are. I need full legal names of all parties. Don't lump spouses together. My name is not Mrs. Ryan Campbell. If you were drawing up an offer for us, you would have Ryan L. Campbell and Julie A. Campbell. We are two separate people. Mr. and Mrs., stuff like that doesn't fly. You can identify our relationship. You can identify that we're husband and wife. I had a buyer once, her and her mom were buying the property. I identified that they were mother-daughter, just so there's no question about what that relationship is. So you can identify the relationship. With sellers, you need everybody listed on the deed and their spouses. So if they get married after the fact, for example, you need everyone listed on the deed and their spouses. Buyers, you need everybody that's going to take title, everybody that's going to have an interest. By the way, what's the best way to get legal names? What's the easiest way to do it?
Your license?
Yeah, ask for their driver's license. You know what the attorney's going to ask for when they go to settlement? They're going to want to see their driver's license. By the way, make sure your clients know to bring their driver's license to settlement. It blows my mind how many people will drive around without a driver's license. They get to the attorney's office and say, I don't have a license with me. Just mention that your people bring their license to settlement, because the attorney's going to want to make a copy of that. So yeah, if you're trying to figure out what their full legal name is, driver's license is a good place to start. Then we're going to define the property. The property shall include all that real estate described below, together with all appurtenances thereto, including the improvements located thereon and the fixtures and personal property listed in paragraphs below. Anybody remember this big fancy word from pre-licensing? Appurtenances, I can't even say it, appurtenances. Anybody remember that big fancy word means?
I'm sorry, did you say appurtenance
Uh-huh.
attached to?
Yeah, it runs with the land, right? It
runs with the land.
conveys, right? So if it's appurtenant, when it conveys, it goes with it. So everything described below, together with appurtenances and those improvements, and we're going to talk about fixtures and personal property in paragraphs below. Time gets away from me. 8 years ago, don't hold me to that. Some time ago, the Forms Committee added blue notes and red warnings to our standard pre-printed forms. And the reason they added blue notes and red warnings was to help draw our eye to certain information to make sure that we miss it. Don't not pay attention to blue notes and red warnings. They're blue notes and red warnings for a reason. So the first blue note we see, if a property will include a manufactured mobile home, buyer and seller should consider including the manufactured mobile home provision and the additional provisions addendum with this offer. I think this is the one we looked at last night. I know we looked at it, but I think it was last night that we looked at it. We had like the expiration of offer, if there's a septic, installation modification, the pool and spa. One of those provisions was if there was a manufactured mobile home on the property. One thing I like a whole lot about our offer to purchase and contract, when we have a need to use an addenda, it lets us know. So that's another reason with being familiar with the form. I don't have to stop and think, ooh, what do I do if there's a mobile home on the property? It tells me if there's a mobile home on the property, I get to use the additional provisions addendum. So pay attention to that. Then the property, we're going to list the street address, city, zip code, county. These are NCAR forms, so they go ahead and complete the state for us. We can only use these forms if the property is located in the state of North Carolina. If it's across the border in Virginia, we can't use these forms, right? These are only for properties located in the state of North Carolina. I have another blue note. Governmental authority over taxes, zoning, school district, utilities, and mail delivery may differ from the address shown. There are rural places that the mailing address and the street address are different. So we're told to use the street address. And then we have a place for the legal description. And we're told to complete all applicable. So this is where we're getting the information from the deed. This is where we're going to GIS. This is where we're pulling tax records, right? Wherever we can find as much information about the properties we can to identify the property and to identify the legal description. So there's your plat reference, subdivision, plat book and page, your tax pin ID, deed book and page. So again, as much information as what we can. So that way everybody, agents, buyer, seller, lender, attorney, everybody knows specifically what property we're talking about. Then we need to define the purchase price. There's a lot going on here. So the purchase price, the first line here says paid in US dollars upon the following terms. The first line is the agreed upon amount between the buyer and the seller. What is the buyer willing to pay the seller in exchange for their property? The second line gives us our due diligence fee. We're going to define the due diligence fee and due diligence period on page 2. So by the due diligence fee made payable and delivered to whom? To the seller by the effective date. We're going to define the effective date on page 2 and how the parties agree that the buyer is going to pay the seller. So it's not just I'm going to give you money, I'm going to give you X amount in personal check, cashier's check, money order, whatever. If you're doing wire transfer, if you're going to do like Cash App or Venmo or something like that, please, buyer's agents, just run it by the lender first. Just make sure the lender's okay with Cash App or wire, right? Just make sure. A lot of people don't have checks anymore. So cashier's checks, money orders tend to be the way to go. But just make sure the lender approves the Cash App due diligence. Then we have our initial earnest money deposit. Again, we're going to define the earnest money deposit on page 2. This is made payable and delivered to the escrow agent that we're going to define on page 2. And then we're going to identify how we're going to pay that initial earnest money. It's going to be cash, personal check, bank check, wire transfer. And then we need to specify when we're going to deliver it. Either we're going to deliver it by the effective date or within 5 days of the effective date. If you check by the effective date, you're presenting this offer with the initial earnest money. Everybody with me? Even if it's just a picture, right? You're presenting the offer with the initial earnest money. You have that check in your hand. And then we have additional earnest money. Understand, earnest money is earnest money. It's all still earnest money. I'm getting ready to define it. We'll talk all about earnest money. Additional earnest money is made payable and delivered again to the escrow agent no later than 5 p.m. The additional earnest money has a time being of the essence. There's a drop dead date and time when the additional earnest money is due with our options. And you will note one option not available with the additional earnest money is a personal check. Additional earnest money needs to be readily available funds. Wire transfer, cashier's check, money order. Here's the deal. There's no wrong way to handle initial or additional earnest money. It's all an agreement of the parties. I have seen this so many ways. It's whatever the parties agree to. Let's say, for example, I'm the buyer's agent, you're the listing agent. I present an offer with, let's get real to this market. I present an offer with $20,000 initial earnest money. And your guys counter and say, no, we want 30. And my guys say, I'm okay with giving you 30. I have 20 now. I can come up with 10 within the next couple weeks. So that may be one situation. Everybody's happy now, right? Because we would have 20,000 initial, and then 10,000 additional due by 5 p.m. on this date. So that's one scenario, just an example. These are all examples. There's no wrong way to do this as long as the parties agree to it. Another example, what I've seen is that instead of doing any initial earnest money, all of the earnest money is additional and it's due at 5 p.m. on the due diligence date. So let's think this through for a second. Due diligence money. Buyer terminates within their due diligence period. Seller keeps the due diligence fee. Buyer gets the earnest money back. So if the buyer's not paying the earnest money until after due diligence, they don't owe anything, do they? Because if they terminate within due diligence, they're getting that earnest money back anyway. So I have seen cases, and again, we're going to specifically define due diligence and earnest money, but I have seen cases where there is no initial, all of the earnest money is additional. It doesn't matter. It's an agreement of the parties, whatever we can agree to. So several different ways we can look at that. We can review that. By assumption of an unpaid principal balance and all obligations of seller on the existing loan secured by deed of trust on the property, in accordance with the attached loan assumption addendum. So if the buyer is assuming the seller's loan, we're instructed to use the loan assumption addendum. There's going to be some kind of deposit that goes here. Or here.
Julie,
Seller fund, yeah.
I'm so sorry. Is that normal there that you are that somebody
Not
assumes the
yet.
loan?
Not yet, but my crystal ball tells me in about 5-10 years from now, we're going to see lots of these.
Okay.
Because right now interest rates are being originated at what, 2%, 3%?
Right.
And over the next 5-10 years, those are going to go back up. 10 years from now, they might be 6%. 6% still isn't terrible, by the way, but it's not as good. So that might be a selling feature for the seller, right? If you can buy my house and assume my loan, you don't have to originate a new interest rate at 6%. I'll let you assume my loan with it. So and this is just my prediction. Y'all do not hold this to me, but I have a feeling in 5-10 years from now, we're going to be doing a lot more of these, which means we're going to get this is going to show up in continuing education. We're going to get training from our firms because it's not overly common right now. It happens, but I think that's going to be a repercussion of these really low interest rates. And it's going to be a selling tool for the seller. If my loan is assumable and it's for sale, and the house across the street, the loan is not assumable, who's the buyer going to go to first? They're coming, not unless there's a big difference in the home. Does that make sense? So again, you guys can write the date, March 16th, 2022, Julie predicted. That's what my crystal ball tells me. I think that's where we're going to head one day. So be prepared for that.
Not to get completely off, but so how would that work in terms of the person qualifying for my loan? Like
the short and sweet of it, let's say we have our sales price of $100,000.
mm-hmm.
The seller still has an outstanding loan of $50,000. The buyer assumes that loan for $50,000 and they bring $50,000 to settlement. So they assume the loan for $50,000 and then they bring the seller $50,000 to make them whole.
Right, but the lender that they use have to agree to allow me to assume it, right?
The buyer still has to be approved. They have to go through the whole process. You know, the loan has to be assumable to begin with. Right,
Gotcha.
but yeah, absolutely. The buyer has to be approved, you know, none of that changes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
A loan assumption is an assignment. An assignment says what? All the terms stay the same. It's only the name of one of the parties. So in this case, the party that would change would be the borrower. You now officially know pretty much what I know about these things. So that's why I say, that's why I say when they start gaining popularity, be prepared for them to pop up in CE or, you know, whatever, when we start dealing with these on a more regular basis. We also have the option here for seller financing. If the seller is going to act as the lending institution, again, there's going to be some kind of deposit here. And in seller financing, we're instructed to use seller financing addendum, standard form 2A5T. Isn't this nice? If I need to use an addenda, the contract says, whoa, use this addenda. I can't tell you how helpful I think that is. Thank you, Forms Committee. Building deposit, if it's a new construction, we're told to use the new construction addendum. We'll look at the new construction addendum tomorrow night with our forms nights. So what have we just done here? And I need to minimize just for 1 second so I can get everything on one screen. What we've done, you start with, for example, the purchase price of 100,000. We have due diligence in this market for 5,000 and earnest money for 5,000. I've never known a situation where every single one of these lines is filled out. That just makes my head spin to think about. I would have an attorney on the phone faster than I. But what you do, you have the agreed upon purchase price at top. You fill in the applicable lines. And then the very last thing that you have down here is the balance. And I'm not trying to go off calculator at 9 o'clock at night. Probably 90,000. Is that right? Yeah. So the line on top minus all the lines in between equal the line on bottom. So you start with the purchase price, you deduct all the deposits, and then you have the balance of the purchase price in cash at settlement, which we're told some or all, which may be paid with the proceeds of a new loan. Make sure, especially after you've been through a few rounds of negotiations, you've renegotiated the purchase price, the due diligence, and the earnest money. Make sure the final, those numbers subtract right. Make sure that that balance is right. Like I said, especially when you go through, when you go back and forth a couple times. Questions on that?
I have a question.
Yes.
Like, you know how like when they say, oh, if you buy the house, you have to put like 10% down or like 20% down of the purchase price. Where is that in this? Or is that like,
Is that with the buyer and the lender?
yeah, or like, let's say like I'm buying a house. I'm like, oh, well, you know, me and the seller or whatever come to an agreement that I'll put like 20% down of, you know, the pricing to kind of lock.
There's a loan provision in here, so we might be able to put it there, but it seems like that would be, you know, the buyer and the lender agree to do that 20%. But yeah, we'll get there. The buyer has to identify what type of loan they're getting, and the various components of the loan. So we'll see that. Yep. And again, now that it's big that we can see it, this bottom line is the balance. This is the balance of the purchase price in cash at settlement, some or all, which may be paid with the proceeds of a new loan. So we agreed $100,000. The buyer puts down $10,000 in deposits. Now all they have to pay is 90, right? Because remember, the earnest money and the due diligence are credited back to the buyer at settlement. So they're prepaying part of that $100,000. Okay, so now they're balanced. Now all they have to do is come up with is 90,000. If the parties agree that buyer will pay any fee or deposit described above by electronic transfer, seller agrees to cooperate in effective such transfer, including the establishment of any necessary account and providing any necessary information to buyer, provided, however, the buyer shall be responsible for additional costs in any associated with the transfer. we were talking about this morning. If the parties and the lender's okay with doing Cash App, you need to get your buyer to take a screenshot of that money leaving. And then you need to get the seller to take a screenshot of that money coming in, because the lender needs to see that that money changed hands. And because it's all happening electronically, we need to tell our parties to take screenshots for the lender, because they need to see that for the file. Again, you guys, I'm going off record here. Make sure the lender's on board with this. All lenders are different. So before you start exchanging Venmo accounts, make sure that the lender is on board with this. It takes you what? 3 minutes to pick up the phone and ask a question. The bottom of page 1, you'll notice we got our Realtor logo. You can only rock this if you're a member of the National Association of Realtors. It also tells us that this form is jointly approved by the North Carolina Bar Association and the North Carolina Association of Realtors. So it identifies who is responsible for this form. We have our Equal Housing Opportunity logo. And then every form on every page tells us what form it is, Standard Form 2T, and when it was last revised. And I hope this goes without saying, but please always make sure you're using the current forms. I don't think we have this problem now as much as what we used to before electronic forms. It used to be back in the day, agents would print out like 10 blank offers and carry them around in their trunk, right? Because they never knew when a buyer was going to want to write up an offer. So they would print them out, and then the forms would update, and they didn't clean out their trunk. So they had like old forms and old forms and old forms. Now, when the forms update, .loop in your firm, DocuSign, Zip forms, all those e-program people have a relationship with your firm that they'll update the forms in .loop for you. Isn't that nice? So when they get the new forms from NCAR, they'll put them in their system. That's part of your agreement. Some of us, I still carry around blank offer to purchase and contracts and blank agency agreements, because you never know when I'm going to be. And somebody says, hey, you want to write me up? And I'm like, yeah, trunk of a car at Harris Teeter parking lot, I will do it. So that's just me being a good Girl Scout, being prepared. But when the forms update, I need to remember to clean my trunk out, right? I need to remember to make sure that I have the current form. Again, when the forms update, as long as you're active and you're affiliated with a firm, you should know. If you don't know, it's because you're choosing not to answer your phone or your email or pay attention to what's going on around you. They will let you know when those forms update. Top of page 2. What happens if the buyer doesn't deliver the earnest money? What happens if the due diligence check bounces? That happens sometimes too. So should buyer fail to deliver either the due diligence fee or the initial earnest money by their due dates, or should any check or other funds paid by the buyer be dishonored for any reason by the institution upon which the payment is drawn, buyer shall have 1 banking day after written notice to deliver cash, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer to the payee. Let's break that down. When is the due diligence fee due? Let's go back up. Due diligence is due delivered to the seller by when? The effective date. When's the initial earnest money due? Either by the effective date or within 5 days. So what if they're late? Or what if they bounce? The buyer has 1 banking day after written notice. So they're late or they bounce. The seller provides written notice. That's the key. The seller has to provide written notice. Upon receiving written notice, the buyer has 1 banking day to deliver readily available funds I don't want a personal check from you. Your first check bounced. Now I want readily available funds. If the buyer does not timely deliver the funds, seller shall have the right to terminate upon written notice, and seller shall be entitled to recover due diligence fee and earnest money deposit to be paid in the future. Does this mean the seller has to terminate? No, they have the right. They can choose to. And if they do terminate, not only are they entitled to collect the due diligence fee, but they're also entitled to collect the earnest money paid or to be paid in the future, whatever we agreed on. In addition, the seller may be entitled to recover reasonable attorney fees and court costs. So if the buyer's not willing to sit down and write a check, this is the only time. Let me think that through. This is the only time I can think of right now that the seller can sue the buyer. Seller sues the buyer, and in addition to paying the due diligence and the earnest money, they also have to pay the seller's attorney fees and court costs. Kick you when you're down, right? Your first check bounced, now I got to take you to court, and you get to pay my attorney's fees and court costs on top of it. The rest of this, see paragraph 23 for parties' right to attorney's fee included in collecting the earnest money or due diligence. Paragraph 23 was just added to our contract last July. It's our in the event of breach provision. So in the event of breach has always been in the contract, but now they pulled them out and separated them, and it's got its very own paragraph. It's got its own provision. We have a form. I'll actually pull it up while we're on break. We can look at it real quick. The question always comes up, how does the seller provide written notice? And we got a form for that. So we'll look at that in just a second after break. Questions or comments on that?
Julie,
Yeah.
Is there like a percentage that usually gets placed for that?
We're getting ready to talk about that. Yep. It's coming up next. So we'll talk about that. Back in my administrative days, I maintained the trust account for my firm. And there was a buyer that purchased 3 homes. It was a new construction townhome. She bought one for herself, one for her mom, and one for her sister. I got the 3 earnest money deposit checks. I deposited them in the account. A couple days later, I got 3 letters from the bank telling me all 3 of those checks bounced. And I called my agent. I said, we got a problem. I said, all 3 of those checks bounced. She called her buyer, said, what's up? Y'all, the buyer forged her proof of funds letter from her bank because she truly believed in her heart of hearts that she had money coming from somewhere overseas. And she was so convinced that this money was coming from overseas that she went ahead and bought herself, her mom, and her sister a house, forged a proof of funds letter, and wrote bad checks. Poor thing. I mean, you got to feel sorry for the poor girl. These things bounce sometimes, so we just need to know how to respond, how to react. Isn't that the sad? I just broke my heart. And of course, I was done. Once I got the letters, I turned them over. I'm sometimes the less I know kind of person, So once I turned the letters, I let my BIC and the broker. So I really don't know what happened after that, but yeah, isn't that just sad? I mean, really. So I guess my point is sometimes these things bounce. Something else to keep in mind too, I really wish the Forms Committee would consider this. It's not always possible to get due diligence by the effective date. What if my buyer doesn't have a checkbook and they have to go to the bank to get a cashier's check, and the effective date is Friday and the bank's closed at 5 and we went under contract at 6 p.m. When's the effective date? Friday, but they can't get to the bank until Monday. So when it comes to this, I say, or something like that, what if your buyer's from out of state and they have to overnight the due diligence fee. There's no human way for them to get it here today, right? It could come tomorrow, but it's not coming today. I think as long as you and I are communicating with each other, I think as long as you know that my buyer is in Michigan and they're going to get this thing in the overnight mail tomorrow and we'll have it Friday. You know what I'm saying? I think as long as we are communicating with each other, I think for the most part, and if my buyer's overnighting it, cannot they take a picture and send it to me? Can't they send me a picture of the check and the envelope, right? So that the seller knows. So I think as long as we're working together and communicating, we can kind of help each other out. But just understand it's not always possible. I mean, I've gone under contract before on a Sunday. You know, I can't do anything on a Sunday. I went under contract once on Christmas Eve, you know, so just communicate with the other agent. Let the other agent know your buyer's intentions and when they are going to get to it. Can I add in the addendum? We don't have an, that's a good question, but we don't have an addendum. The addenda that we have very specific purposes. So I don't kind of have a catch-all clause, you know what I'm saying? So it's just communication between me and you pretty much.
There's no blank addendum that you have? No.
No. All of our addendas say this is what this is for, you know? So it would be, and are we going to document that communication? Am I going to, you know, we're going to talk about this via text or email or something, right? And if we do it over the phone, then I'm going to follow up, you know, thanks so much thank you sellers for, you know, wait until tomorrow when my buyer could get to the bank kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So just communicate with one another. That's one thing I fear that we as agents are not doing a good job on anymore, is communicating. But you know, I'm not a mind reader. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know your buyers in Michigan. So how am I supposed to know that they can't get it out to me until Friday? Questions, comments so far? Okay, let's go ahead and take our last break. I'm going to pull this form up so we can look at it real quick when we get back. So let's see, I got 913, 923, 9. Is that right? 924? Is that 10 minutes from now? Goodness, that was hard. All right, just take 10 minutes and when we come back and we'll get finished up for the night. Okay. So the form, if the due diligence is late, earnest money is late, or either one bounce, the seller just has to provide written notice. And there's no rule that says that they have to use this form. I mean, written notice is an email, right? So there's no, but forms are here for a reason, and forms are very clear on what their reason is. So if a form is available, I say use it. So this is called notice to buyer to deliver cash, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer. It's between seller and buyer. Here's our property address. And then we have, get to where we can see it. Paragraph 1D of the offer to purchase and contract between buyer and seller provides as follows. So that big paragraph that we just read together is listed again here, but only in bullet point form. So they took that paragraph in the contract and they threw it in here. Buyer has failed to deliver either check one or all applicable due diligence or initial earnest money, or the following checks or other funds have been dishonored. So they bounce from the bank. Seller hereby demands. Oh, I love that. I love that. Seller hereby demands that buyer deliver cash, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer to the payee in the amount above no later than 1 banking day following this notice. So again, the seller can send an email to their agent, the agent can forward it to the buyer's agent, but we can, but if you have a form available, it makes things look a little more official. It makes things look a little better. So then just the seller signs this form because they're providing that written notice that I want my money. And again, if the buyer doesn't deliver within 1 banking day, then the seller shall have the right to terminate. Questions on that? This is form 355T, if you're keeping up with numbers, but the name's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, so let's define the earnest money deposit. The initial earnest money deposit, the additional earnest money deposit, and any other earnest monies paid or required to be paid in connection with this transaction, collectively referred to as the earnest money deposit, shall be deposited and promptly held in escrow by escrow agent until closing, at which time it will be credited to the buyer, or until this contract is otherwise terminated. In the event that this offer is not accepted, or a condition of any resulting contract is not satisfied, then the earnest money deposit shall be refunded to the buyer. Once again, we're referred to paragraph 23, which we'll get to tomorrow night, for remedies in the event of breach of this contract. The earnest money, and we're gonna talk a little bit more about earnest money when we're done looking at all of our forms. The earnest money deposit is a completely negotiable amount. There is no formula. There is no, if the purchase price is this much, if, then it's, like you said, a percentage or anything. It's a completely negotiable amount. Earnest money is not required for contract formation because it's a negotiable amount. The Real Estate Commission is very helpful when it comes to this. And what the Real Estate Commission tells us is that the earnest money deposit is whatever the buyer is willing to offer and the seller is willing to accept. Thank you. So let's say the buyer offers 0 and the seller accepts 0. How much earnest money do we have? 0. If that's what the parties agree to, guys, this is our meeting of the minds, right? An offer comes in, there's an earnest money deposit. Seller has 3 choices. They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. It's a completely negotiable term. The point of earnest money is to show the buyer's good faith. The earnest money deposit is showing the seller that the buyer's serious. They're not just out there kicking tires. They're genuinely interested in purchasing their home. And it's telling the seller that they have a little bit of money in the bank. Sellers want to know that buyers have a little bit of money in the bank so they can afford to purchase the home. And again, it tells us it'll be credited to the buyer. If we make it to closing, it'll be credited to the buyer. In the event this offer is not accepted, when you're negotiating the offer, the buyer may ask the buyer's agent to hang on to the earnest money deposit. Hey, here's my check. Will you hang on to this for me? While we're negotiating, if it doesn't work out, if the offer never becomes a contract, then the buyer doesn't owe anything, right? They only owe money when we go under contract. So if this offer is not accepted or a condition in any resulting contract is not satisfied, that's referring to the buyer's due diligence period. If the buyer, and we're going to define all this again later on, but if the buyer terminates within due diligence, they get their earnest money back. So if the offer never becomes a contract or the buyer terminates within their due diligence period, then the earnest money is going to be refunded to the buyer. And we're going to spell this out further down in the contract. Specifically, when we get to paragraph 23, we're really going to spell out what happens. Yeah.
Julie, I'm so sorry. Maybe I didn't understand this part. Due diligence never goes back to the buyer?
I'm getting there. Yep, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Tight. I'm so close. So earnest money is what I'm talking about right now. Okay, just earnest money. And earnest money is negotiable amount. It is just showing the buyer's good faith. Earnest money is deposited into the escrow agent's account. So now we have to define who the escrow agent is. Who's gonna hold the earnest money? If it's the listing firm, the real estate firm, or if it's the closing attorney. Put the name of the firm, not the individual broker or attorney. So don't put Julie Campbell, put ABC Realty. You guys with me? Don't put attorney Bruce, put Wyatt Early Harrison Wheeler. So you put the name of the firm. Buyer and seller can tend to disclosure by the escrow agent of any material facts pertaining to the earnest money deposit to the parties to this transaction, their real estate agent, and the buyer's lender. Here's a blue note. In the event of a dispute between seller and buyer over the earnest money deposit, a licensed broker is required by state law. An escrow agent, if not a broker, so either the firm or the closing attorney, hereby agree to retain the earnest money deposit in the escrow account or until escrow agent has obtained a written release from the parties consenting to its disposition or until disbursement is ordered by a court of competent jurisdiction. If we terminate, I'm going to talk about what happens if we terminate. If we terminate, the earnest money is going to one party or the other. It's either going to the buyer or the seller. And we'll define that in just a second. Before it can go to either party when we terminate, both parties have to agree to release it. And if either party refuses to agree to release it, the earnest money deposit is in dispute. And what this is saying is that the escrow agent can't determine what happens to the earnest money. Their job is just to hold it. They're an impartial third party. They can't say, well, the contract says who's supposed to get it. That's not their job. The parties have to agree to release it. And if they don't, they can eventually go hash it out in small claims courts. The escrow agent can turn it over to the clerk of courts, and the two can go duke it out in small claims courts.
what is the amount for small claims court in North Carolina?
I have
Any?
no idea. I have no idea. You guys know? Small claims court? Yeah, I have no idea. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, it doesn't specify. If it was $1, it's earnest, it's agreed upon earnest money, right? So
Okay.
even if it's $1, I don't know that there's a limit. That's a great question.
No,
But
no,
yeah,
no.
it doesn't specify.
In here, small courts, it's only $5,000 or less. That's why I'm
Mhm.
asking.
Right, right. Yeah, and we may have a limit here. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But the point is that the escrow agent can't make the decision. You guys with me? It's not the escrow agent's money to decide what to do with. They're only safeguarding it for the parties. And if they can't agree to do anything with it, then they let the judge hash it out.
I'm a little confused on that. I mean, I'm sorry, Christina. for
No,
cutting
no, no,
out.
go ahead.
But like, if what I'm understanding is correct, this is a contract once it's signed and everything, right?
Mhm.
So wouldn't the earnest money legally have to go to the buyer since it's, it's the contract that says that it'll be credited to the buyer? Do you know?
If we terminate within due diligence, right? So that's what the contract says, but the escrow agent, they're not acting as a party to the contract. So let's say the buyer terminates, the seller's digging in their heels going, I'm not going to sign this. That's where we get the judge involved. The judge is the one that can make the parties perform. The escrow agent is just holding on to it. So what the judge is going to pick up the contract and say, well, it says right here, if you terminate, this is what happens. So this isn't going to take long to figure out, right? Because it's going to tell us later what happens. So we're going to waste the judge's time by saying, I don't understand. So this is how I'm going to rule because this is the contract that you signed. But to that point, the escrow agent can't make that, even if they're an agent, or I'm sorry, an attorney, they're still not a judge, right? So the escrow agent can't make the parties perform. And that's why eventually, and there's a certain amount of time before escrow agent can release it. I don't know that time. It might be months. I don't know. I'm just, but after a certain amount of time, if they can't hash it out, that's where the escrow agent gets out of it and says, you know what, I'm going to turn the funds over. You guys go stand in front of a judge, have a good time. The escrow agent's only job is to safeguard the earnest money.
Okay, my last question, Julie, I'm so sorry.
No, please.
Does it always go to the court or the real estate commission sometimes deals with a dispute?
Commission doesn't get involved with matters of
Yeah.
money.
Okay.
Commission only regulates licensees, right? So buyer and seller, nope, they are out of this. As long as you and I are doing what we're supposed to do, the commission doesn't care, right? So that's why it has to go to the court. Yep. Interesting stuff, isn't it? And guys, here, let's be honest. Nobody likes to terminate. This is not a good day. And you terminate and you have your seller or buyer sign something and they're not happy. They're not happy. And they, I don't want to do this. Sometimes things look better in the light of day, right? So maybe once they sleep on it, try to help out, right? Like have conversations with them tomorrow. Be like, look, I'm so sorry we had to terminate. I know you're upset. I need you to understand. This is what the contract says. This is what the judge is going to say because this is what the contract says. There's language in here later that says basically the losing party not only has to pay their court costs, but they have to pay court costs for the winning party too. So there's something else we can do to just sign it. I know you're not happy about it, but you're eventually going to have to pay it anyway, plus your court costs, plus the other guy's court costs. So we can help by reading I can't give legal advice, but I can read an offer to purchase and contract, can I? I'm not giving advice. I'm just reading. You guys see the difference? So, hopefully it doesn't get to here. I'm sure it has. I remember back in my admin days when I did the trust account, I had to send out a couple certified letters trying to get, one last attempt to get buyer or seller to sign before we turned it over. But I wasn't responsible for turning it over. That was my broker in charge. But I remember trying to do a couple certified letters to one last ditch effort just to give them that, that thing. So let's see, small claims court. It's just a small, let's call it a mini hearing. Again, our contract later says if we have an issue, we're going to try to work it out in mediation instead of going to, but they turn it over to the clerk of courts as part of the district court. It's 5,000. Okay. So if it's less than that, they may not be able to turn it over to small claims courts. They may have to send it, but
Yeah, and that's
again, the point is that the escrow agent would turn it over to the appropriate clerk of courts and let them go deal with it.
And if I could just be nosy, Christina, does the commission get involved in disputes there?
in here, yes. Yes.
Oh, they do,
They
okay.
do. There's two options, but I don't want to confuse you. Nothing.
No, yeah, I just wanted to know
You
if they
stick
did
with
or not.
North Carolina.
So funny how it differs from state to state. I know Magdalene, we're like, what? The commission? Yeah, I mean, yeah, here they turn around and run away, don't they? Because they have one purpose, and that's protect the public in dealing with us.
I have another question.
Sure.
So like, let's say there's no dispute and of the earnest money, how do you communicate how that's going to be, there's prayers or something? Do you
There's
just write
about
an email, or is there a form that they could fill out?
5 or 6 different termination forms. So there's a termination form with release of earnest money, termination without release of earnest money, right? So there's several different termination forms for different scenarios. So yeah, we got a form for that. That's one of the commission's favorite things to say. We got a form for that. Let's see. Parties agree that a real estate brokerage firm acting as the escrow agent may place the earnest money in an interest-bearing trust account, and that any interest earned therein shall be dispersed to the escrow agent monthly in consideration of the expenses incurred by maintaining such account and records associated with it. I don't know why, but this is probably the #1 question I get in pre-licensing when I'm talking about earnest money. Can it go in an interest-bearing trust account? Sure. What's the contract say? It can be in. So if interest is earned, the escrow agent has interest once a month. They need to transfer it from the trust account to the operating account, right? Because the trust account is money belonging to other people. So if they're earning interest, they just need to transfer it over. But yeah, if we're using this form, you can have an interest-bearing trust account.
And if they wanted to keep a certain amount of it for those fees that we discussed, would that be fine, or did it need to leave and then come back, if you will?
No, there is an exception to the commingling rule that says that the escrow agent can have up to $100 of their own money if the bank charges monthly fees.
Right.
So yeah, if that interest earned is part of that up to $100, that they wouldn't, but you can't have over 100. So I don't know how much interest you're collecting. It would depend on how much escrow money you have, right? How much earnest money you have.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure. Then the contract defines the effective date. This is the date that the last one has signed or initialed, and such signing is communicated to the party making the offer. So we talked about that magic moment when we go under contract, and we need 2 things to happen. We need both parties to sign, the last offeree to sign, and then communication of acceptance has to cross the line and go back to the offeror. So let's see, it's 9:45. Let's say we're up tonight, the throes of negotiations, and your party signs at 11:30 tonight, 11:30. And you tell me that your guys have signed 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. When's the effective date? Is it today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Because I need both pieces. Just because the parties sign, it's good, but it's not enough. I need communication. So if you're up late negotiating and your guys sign at 11:30, you know, you may not want to call the other agent that night. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I'm not telling you what to do or don't do. But if you choose to wait and tell them the next morning with your cup of coffee, then you need to know that that's the effective date, not the date that is signed, but the date that it's communicated.
If they choose to email it to you, that would be,
Communication across the line.
okay,
At 11:35. That's right. Yep.
okay,
Yep. So you wake up in the morning and you got a contract sitting in your inbox, not an offer at this point. You have a contract. Yep.
thank you.
Again, this is where agents communicating, you know, what's the latest I should, if I have to reach out to you after 10 p.m., should I, you know what I'm saying? This is where us communicating. We not only do we need to communicate with our clients, but communicate with each other. Absolutely. Parties acknowledge and agree that the initial lines at the bottom of each page are just evidence that they reviewed the page. So I'm going to go back up for 1 second. Every single page in our contract has a place for both parties to initial. The initialing of each page isn't going to make or break the contract. There's a place at the end that signs. The signature is what matters. The only thing that they're doing by initialing each page is saying, yep, I saw page 1. Yep, I saw page 2. Yep, I saw page 3, saying that they reviewed it. I have a feeling this was a lot bigger problem back in the day before we were using electronic methods. Because back in the days when we were wet signing and you had to put those little, remember those little tabs? Sign here, sign here, sign. It was easy to let one of those fall off, right? It was easy for one. So now when we send documents electronically, I put initial boxes at the bottom of all these pages. They can't finish signing until they've initialed every page. I'm not saying it still doesn't happen, but I bet you it happens less often now than what it did back in the day. So the effective date. All right, due diligence. Defining due diligence. Due diligence is the buyer's opportunity to investigate the property contemplated by this contract, including but not necessarily limited to the matters in paragraph 4, which we'll see tomorrow, to decide whether the buyer in the buyer's sole discretion will proceed with or terminate the transaction. So the due diligence is the buyer's opportunity to learn as much about the property as they possibly can. And now knowing what I know, do I want to terminate or move forward with the transaction? North Carolina, caveat emptor says what? Buyer beware. Seller doesn't have to disclose, do they? No. This is kind of the solution for the buyer. Since the seller is under no obligation to disclose, the buyer has this period, this opportunity to do their own inspections, to do their own investigations. They're not locked in because they're still learning about the property. So as buyer's agents, we're encouraging them to do as much as whatever they need to do to learn about this property, to decide in their sole discretion if they'll proceed with or terminate this transaction. The due diligence fee is a negotiated.
I do have a question about this time frame. And you may have already said it, I just maybe don't recall. During the due diligence period, can there be a back and forth? You know, like as they find out things, can they like say, well, I found this, or you know, can it be a back and forth at that point, or is it like a time frame where they have to just accumulate, you know, those things that.
Tell me what you mean by back and forth.
Say for instance, you know, there's different type of inspections, right? The pet, different things. So say the pet one came back and another one came back, it was fine, but the pet one was not, right? So if I had an issue with what happened with the pet inspection, could we address, we would address that during that time frame. And then if they didn't fix it, You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I might be sleepy.
And and let me see if I can help. So the buyer can ask for repairs, right? The seller can
During
agree to
that
do some of
period.
them. Yes, because
Right.
any agreed upon repairs have to be in writing and signed by both parties while we're still in due diligence. So we
Okay.
need to get our inspections done so we can ask for repairs while we're still in due diligence, right? After due diligence, I mean, we could always ask after, right?
Yeah.
But, and maybe this might help, Magdalene. So let's look at this due diligence fee, because this might help. This might answer
Okay.
what you're
Because I'm
saying.
thinking maybe if they say yes, but then my period is coming to an end, like, because you said yes during that period, it shouldn't matter, right?
But once the seller signs the due diligence request and agreement, they are legally bound to do those repairs,
Okay, I got you.
right? Because once they sign that, that's our amendment, right? Once they sign it, say, yeah, I'll fix electrical. Where do I sign? They're now legally bound to fix that electrical issue.
That's what I was just, my head was like, well, what if they try to kind of talk to me back and forth about it until I run out of time?
Right. And that's why we get everything in writing, right? That's why we get everything documented, taken care of. Yep.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Due diligence fee is a negotiated amount. Whatever the buyer's willing to offer and the seller's willing to accept. The buyer offers $1, seller accepts $1. How much is the due diligence fee? $1. It's a negotiate. There is no formula. There is no, whatever. It's a negotiated amount, if any, paid by the buyer to the seller with this contract for the buyer's right to terminate for any reason or no reason during the due diligence period. Let's look at that again, and let's look at that again. The buyer is paying the seller for the right to terminate. For what reason? Any reason or no reason at all. They have this open opportunity. That's what the buyer's paying for. There's a common misconception out there that the buyer's paying the seller to take their home off the market and stop showings. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. The seller can still allow showings while we're in due diligence. The seller can have a backup offer while we're in due diligence. We're going to look at our backup contract next, or tomorrow night, I guess. It's so important that we understand this. What the buyer is paying the seller for is the right to terminate. For what reason? Maybe they get a 150-page inspection report and said, oh, Lord, I don't want to mess with this. I'm going to terminate. Maybe they literally wake up the next day and say, nah, I don't want to buy this house. They have the right to terminate for any reason or no reason. My favorite no reason story. The buyers drove by the house one evening at sunset and saw that the sun set in the backyard. And they said, you know what? We like to grill out at night. We don't want the sun sitting on us. So we're going to terminate and find a house where the backyard doesn't sit this way. Is that a reason? According to the contract, yeah. That's what they're paying for, is that right to terminate. The due diligence fee shall be the property of the seller upon the effective date and shall be a, here it is again, credit to the buyer at closing. The due diligence fee shall be non-refundable except in the event of material breach of this contract by the seller. If the buyer terminates during due diligence, they are exercising their right to terminate. The only time the buyer is going to get their due diligence fee back is if the seller breaches. So if they terminate, if they wake up tomorrow and say, nah, I don't want that house, they paid that seller for the right to terminate. Guys, the seller can't sue the buyer because they paid for that right to terminate. And should they terminate during due diligence for any reason or no reason at all, they've just exercised their right to terminate. They're exercised the right that they paid for. So to answer your previous question, Christine, The buyer never gets the due diligence back. The only time is if the seller's in breach.
Does that breach include maybe, a lien that comes up later on?
We're gonna see, and just the seller has to pass good marketable
They have
title.
to clear of
And
that.
that survives due diligence. So if
Okay.
we find out the day before settlement that there's a lien, the seller's contractually obligated to fix that. Yep.
Okay.
And if they say, no, I'm not gonna do it, then they're in breach and they can get the buyer can get their due diligence back. So yeah, that would survive. That's up until the deed's recorded. Absolutely.
All right, I have a question.
Yeah.
So you know how you say it's a negotiated amount? I know in this market, it's not like the due diligence fee is zero, but like, let's say they do a zero amount, like no amount. And you still have the due diligence fee period?
Yep, as long as you have a date, right?
Okay,
Yep. So as long as you have a date. So if I say, I'm not going to give you any money, but I want 2 weeks for due diligence, you say, okay, where do I sign? About nothing, right? And I still get my 2 weeks to terminate for any reason or no reason. And that's what this is saying, negotiated amount, if any, for the buyer's right to terminate.
I have a question.
yeah.
So when you were saying, so if I'm representing a buyer and they see a property that they like, but it's in due diligence period. Didn't you say that the seller and like, I guess the listing agent, on behalf of the seller can still entertain other offers?
Absolutely.
Have like, okay.
Yep. We'll
I
look at the
didn't know when I
backup
see
contract
that.
addendum. Remember what your license law and commission rule says. What offers do I have to present to my sellers?
Oh,
All of them. So if I'm under contract and another offer comes in, do I have to present it? You betcha. Yep.
okay.
so
Yep.
so you stop showing the offers as soon as the due diligence period is over? Because
Nope. An offer comes in after due, I present all offers. If I get an offer the day of settlement, I have to present it.
oh,
We present all offers, all of them. Now, if the seller says the day of settlement, the seller says, wow, this is a good offer. I want to terminate this one and accept this one. Call your attorney. Call your attorney. Because before they terminate, you with me? The cost of terminating this one may not be worth the cost. So I can't make that decision for my seller. I can't say, don't do that. I can't. If they're considering it, I advise them to talk to their attorney, because the attorney can explain the legal repercussions of terminating this one to accept this one. All I can say is, I think you should talk to an attorney, right? But yeah, we present all offers, all of them. Let's see, buyer and seller expressly waive any right that they may have to deny the right to conduct due diligence, or to assert any defenses to the enforceability of this contract based on the absence or alleged insufficiency of the due diligence fee. So again, no matter how low it is, it doesn't negate the buyer be able to do their due diligence during their due diligence period. It being the intent of the parties to create a legally binding contract for the purchase and sale of the property without regard to the existence or amount of the due diligence fee. And once again, with several times now, we've been directed to paragraph 23. So that's at the very end, and we'll get there tomorrow night. Last piece, the period beginning on the effective date, extended through 5 p.m. on, put a specific date, right? March 31st. Time being of the essence. Due diligence is up at 5 p.m. on this date. Drop dead date and time.
can I ask why 5 p.m.? Why not 3
I guess
or 4?
the end of the business day, I guess. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know why the forms committee decided, but it's the only thing I can think of, maybe the end of the business day. Again, all repair, send the repair request to the seller, give them time to think about it. I don't know a way for a seller to say no faster than if you send them a repair request at 4:50 on the due diligence date, right? Give them time to think about it. They may want to call their own electrician or their own general contractor, whatever it is you're asking them. They may want to get their own estimate. So give them opportunity. Buyer's agents are fueling their buyers with these crazy notions that if you put down $50,000, we'll haggle and get you some repairs. And they're setting their buyers up for these false, because in this market, sellers ain't doing money repairs, are they? You may have a nice seller out there, but for the most part, y'all, a couple months ago, it still just blows. I'm listening at me. I'm like speechless just thinking about it. A couple of months ago, a teammate and I were engaging in happy hour at our local watering hole. And these two gentlemen came in and sat down next to us. And we weren't really paying attention until we started hearing stuff like residential property disclosure and mineral and oil and gas rights. We're kind of like, wait a minute, we know those words. So we were, kind of, it was an agent and a buyer, and they were drawing up a contract together. I'm not going to tell you that the agent was sitting there drinking and the buyer was not. That's not important, but I found that interesting. I digress. We listened to that agent tell the buyer, don't worry about repairs. I'll get you repairs once we go under contract. Don't worry about this. We'll renegotiate once we get you under contract. I thought at one point my teammate was going to come off of his stool. I mean, I thought he was, and I'm like, this is not our business. We cannot do anything about, but just listening to the confidence of this agent telling his buyer, well, we'll get you repairs. Don't worry about that now. We'll ask for that later and get you those repairs. Unbelievable. And that also was brought up in my NCAR class this morning, because buyers agents are giving their buyers false hope. Guys, here's the deal. We can always ask the seller to do repairs. They can agree to do some of those repairs, none of those repairs, or all of those repairs. But please don't position your buyers to think if you put down $50,000 in due diligence, they have to fix the electrical. Because you know what they don't have to do? Nothing. And if they terminate, they lose that $50,000. I know if we're honest and upfront and we stick to what the contract says, we can better position our buyers and sellers, especially in this market. So just to recap, earnest money, both are negotiable. Earnest money and due diligence are negotiable. Yeah, I thought my teammate was going to lose his mind. I'm like, dude, this is not. He said, can I give him my business card before we go? I said, I don't think that would be appropriate either. But that poor buyer. I mean, that's what was bothering him, was this poor buyer. Okay, so earnest money and due diligence, both negotiable, whatever the buyer's willing to offer and the seller's willing to accept. Earnest money shows the buyer's good faith. Due diligence, the buyer is paying for the right to terminate. Let's see that again. So very important. So when your buyer looks at you and says, why do I have to write a check to the seller? Because you have a free out. You have a legal out. Do they have to put down $50,000? Well, there's other terms of the contract, right? There's other terms to consider. Stop saying highest and best offer, because the highest offer isn't always the best. Say best and final offer. This is your buyer's best offer. This is their final offer. Just because it's the most expensive doesn't mean it's the best offer. What if it's the most expensive offer with a sale contingency, a loan contingency, and I want you to paint the room. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's the highest doesn't mean it's the best. Questions, due diligence, earnest money. By the way, these come up again scattered throughout the contract. So we're going to talk about the buyers, again, about the buyer's right to terminate. What happens if everybody breaches when we get to paragraph 23. Christine, did that answer some of your questions of the difference? Cool.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, another question we had tonight. Now we're going to define settlement. Settlement is defined as the proper execution and delivery to the closing attorney of all documents necessary to complete the transaction contemplated by this contract, including the deed, settlement statement, deed of trust, and other loan or conveyance documents, and the closing attorney's receipt of all funds necessary to complete the transaction. So settlement is the period of time that buyers and sellers sign their documents, get their signed documents to the attorney. Buyers are generally sitting in front of the attorney when they sign them. They got their loan package. Sellers may sign at the attorney's office. They may sign outside and, send it in later. Settlement is also when the attorney is collecting funds from the buyers. How much does the buyer have to bring to closing? And in a situation where the seller may have to bring money as well to complete the transaction. We're going to agree that settlement date will take place on this date, is usually, a week, maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. It's all negotiable after due diligence. So typically what happens is due diligence ends. You have an agreed upon period of time before the parties go to settlement. We're going to see that our delay in settlement, we have that 7-day delay. So we'll see that in paragraph 12. And then we go on to define closing. It's mind-blowing information. The truth is, I talk about going to closing all the time. The truth is, I've never been to closing. What I attend with my clients is settlement. We all say it, you will too, I promise. You'll misuse that word as well. But to make sure we're clear on what the contract says, closing then, once we all leave settlement, closing is the completion of the legal process, which results in the transfer of title of the property from seller to buyer, which includes the following. Step 1, we have settlement. Step 2 is the completion of a satisfactory title update. Step 3 is the closing attorney's receipt and disbursement of all funds. They got to get money from the lender. And the last step, the last thing to happen is recordation of the appropriate county register deed, the deed and the deed of trust, if any. Closing shall take place as soon as reasonably possible for the closing attorney after settlement. As we said earlier, everybody does everything in their power for settlement and closing to happen on the same day. But have your people be prepared for a plan B. Upon closing, the proceeds of the sale shall be dispersed by the closing attorney in accordance with the settlement statement and the provisions of this general statute. If the title shall reveal unexpected liens, encumbrances, or other defects, the closing attorney is not authorized to disperse all necessary funds, and the closing shall be suspended and settlement deemed delay under paragraph 12. So again, Christine, what you were just asking, what if they find an unexpected lien the day of settlement? The attorney is not authorized to disperse, right? So they have to wait until that is when you and I get paid. That's what they mean by dispersing all necessary funds. That's paying me and you, that's paying the seller their proceeds, the attorney, the lender, etc. We're going to see later in the contract tomorrow night where it actually says we're not supposed to give keys until closing, until that deed is recorded, because the contract tells us that then and only then is it a done deal. So we attend settlement with the attorney. We all say, thank you very much. And we leave. The attorney does their thing. They put the finishing touches on it. The very last thing being recording the new deed. So I think that was Maria. Does that answer? You were asking about that earlier? Okay, good. Here's our first red warning. Blue notes, red warnings are here for a reason. The North Carolina State Bar has determined that the performance of most acts and services required for a closing constitutes a practice of law and must be performed only by an attorney licensed to practice law in North Carolina. State law prohibits unlicensed individuals or firms from rendering legal services or advice. Although non-attorney settlement agents may perform limited services in connection with closing, they may not perform all acts and services required to complete a closing. Closing involves significant legal issues that should be handled by an attorney. Accordingly, it is the position of the North Carolina Bar Association and the North Carolina Association of Realtors that all buyers should hire an attorney licensed in North Carolina to perform closing. You may have a buyer moving in from another state that is not a settlement meeting method state. They're not used to closing attorneys. They're used to escrow agents, title insurance companies handling it. And that buyer may look at you and say, do I have to hire an attorney? And your answer is, if the property's located in the state of North Carolina, yes, because we are a settlement meeting agent state.
I have a weird question for you. And
I
it's
love
because
this.
I recently watched Murderous Roommates on
Oh,
Netflix.
Lord.
I know. But here we are. Okay, so so the example that you gave about somebody getting keys before the recordation, like say they got the lien or whatever, they already got the keys and they went to the house and moved in and they're squatters now, right? Does that mean that they have to wait that whole 30 days and all of that? Or, I mean, what?
I mean,
what that
hopefully the
look like?
deed will be recorded soon, but what about my incident with my people that moved to Myrtle Beach and somehow they went 2 months without that deed? Pretty
Right.
much they were squatters, right? They weren't paying rent. They were living there without the owner's permission. So I mean, pretty much that's what they were.
So
Sweetest
those
couple,
become
probably in
squatters.
their 70s. So I would never tell them that they were squatters because, you know, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, and that's, you know, when the buyer's given the key before closing, it's, oh, the attorney will close later today. It's not a problem. Big storm comes through tonight, knocks the power and the internet out. We're down for 3 days. Is it a problem? Well, if you can't record, you can't record. Oh, Sade thought you were gonna be a spoiler.
No.
That's funny. And again, we're gonna see again our contract. You know, I know it happens. I'm not dumb. I know it happens, but our
Right.
contract says that it shouldn't. And we'll see that tomorrow night when we get there.
And we'll talk about it later, Sade.
I watched the first one. I thought it was a little deep for what I was going for, but I don't know. I may go back and watch another one again. All right, let me say 2 more things and we'll wrap it up because we're almost done with the first term. Defining a special assessment. A special assessment is defined as a charge against the property by a governmental authority in addition to ad valorem taxes and recurring government services levied by the taxes, or by an owners association in addition to regular assessment dues, either of which may be a lien against the property. So if there's a special assessment, it's either by the government, maybe they're installing street lighting, or maybe they're hooking a whole neighborhood up to public sewer, right? They put a special assessment on. A special assessment could also be a charge by an owners association. So maybe it's a townhome community and they're replacing the roofs or something, right? So we first here define a special assessment. Our blue note tells us that we're going to later in the contract discuss who the respective responsibilities of the special assessment are. So again, we'll see this again tomorrow night. The first 2.5 pages of our offer to purchase and contract, we are doing nothing but defining things, spelling things out, defining terms, words, making sure we're all clear. These are the conversations, especially we need to be having with our buyers and sellers. In pre-licensing, I tell my guys, if you don't look at anything else, at least look at the first 2.5 pages, because that tells us what due diligence is. That defines the effective date. It is 10:15. So thank you guys. We're good tomorrow, 5:15 again. We'll continue our offer to purchase and contract. We'll look at some other addenda. Tomorrow's our big forms night. So again, more fun things in store for us tomorrow. But y'all have a good night, sleep fast, and we'll see everybody tomorrow evening.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
Thank
night.